Hey everybody, how's it going? It is time for the RambleCast. It is February 22nd. Wow. We're rolling through this here really fast. Um and here with me, Corbin.
Hello.
Outside. Not with me at the moment, but I hope not to be with me anytime soon. Snow. Lots of it. It's not piling big and thick. This is no like foot of snow or anything, but it's enough that it has knocked out power in a couple of nearby places, and so if this stream goes down, you've been warned. It could happen here.
Yeah, the weather here is really it's just weird now. Um I think it's 80 degrees outside, but the low tonight's gonna be like 40. So we're having something down here. I don't know exactly what it is.
F you. At least you're getting
I know
named.
I know everyone said that in my work chat too, but I'm like, look, I'll trade you some snow. I don't want to be snowed in, but I've not seen snow once this winter. Um, just send down a couple inches. Oh, you know, and we can do that. But no, it's probably just gonna get warmer now. Um, and I've officially started taking the allergy meds. So hopefully I won't be a completely dysfunctional mess in 2 weeks' time, like I usually am this time of year.
Somehow it's amazing to me that you actually have a spring that still happens in basically like the start of March. Not to say that we don't have spring in March, but it's usually kind of like the end of the month now.
It varies a lot. It did snow in March once when I was in Georgia, so
Yeah.
it does whatever it wants. Lo- Love to see radically shifting climate.
I mean, if we're going to talk about radically shifting climate, I think we can still collectively as a world agree that when it snows in Las Vegas, we're doing something wrong.
Hmm.
And Vegas now actually gets snow on a semi-common basis, and yeah, that is not right.
Very weird.
Yeah, hell, when I moved there, it was actually like a big novelty that it snowed at all. And I don't even mean like much snow, but literally like there was one day everyone came rushing into the office and said, "Everyone come outside, it's snowing." And I heard this and I thought, okay, this is obviously like a joke, right? Go walking outside and
There's a
sure enough,
pool on the roof. Yeah.
yeah, well, sure enough, there were snowflakes falling. They disintegrated before they physically touched the ground, but there were snowflakes falling. And at the time, everyone's like, wow, this only happens like once every several years. It's super cool. And yeah, it's like 10 years
Yeah.
later, and they got like 2 feet of snow.
Yeah,
Something's wrong.
yeah, that is one of those things where you look at it and it just seems wrong. Versus like a couple months ago when there was like some hurricane damage in Disney World, you're like, yeah, that checks out. I under that makes sense. That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it sort of does. Uh, well, other things that make sense. I love this transition. Things that make sense. Web push for web apps on iOS and iPad OS. It's actually they're doing the thing. They're actually doing the thing that they were
Mhm.
supposed to do so long ago.
Yeah, so some context around this. It seems increasingly likely that something will happen to Apple. Either a couple months from now, or a year from now, or 2 years from now. Either they're going to have to start letting other app stores on iPhone, or other browser engines. Something's going to happen And it seems like, and traditionally the argument against Apple being very limited on what it lets on the iPhone through the App Store has been, well, you can just make it a web app. That's what they did during the initial push for cloud gaming. There are still no cloud gaming apps on iPhone. You have to use Safari for those. But that argument is maybe more difficult to uphold in court when Safari is behind other web browsers in at least a few ways. And it seems like that's changing. So last year, I believe it was at WWDC, but it might have been at another event. They said that Safari would get support for web push notifications on the Mac, as well as iPhone and iPad. And that finally showed up in macOS Ventura last year. So now Safari on Mac has the same push notification support as like Chrome and Firefox and stuff. Before then, it only had like a weird Apple proprietary thing. And sure enough, it has now appeared in iOS and iPadOS 16.4 Beta 1. And that's really, so the way Apple's doing it is a little bit interesting. They aren't letting sites just ask for it out of the blue. Because like I think I even said in my when I was writing about this, no one likes those prompts. That should be pretty obvious. Yeah, Mozilla said in 2019 that based on data from Firefox users, like they were just like doing analytics on how Firefox users operated. They said that push notification requests from sites were rejected more than 97% of the time. That was in 2019. I don't think anything's changed since then. Probably.
Honestly, I'm surprised that there's 3% of the time people actually accept them.
Yeah.
The only way I can think that makes sense is web apps make there is a lot more web app usage.
Yeah.
And those get accepted a lot.
Yeah, I'm sure a big chunk of that 3% is like Facebook and Twitter.
I was thinking Gmail.
Yeah, Gmail.
Things like Airtable or
Slack maybe.
Yes. Oh yeah, Slack. Task management stuff, which we'll talk more about later. I'm sure it's a lot of that stuff. Probably like a quarter of Google's various properties all have legitimate uses for notifications instead of just the, hey, we want to send you more news.
Yeah. So recognizing that, Apple has implemented this a little bit differently, where on iPhone and iPad, a website can only request notifications if they are already added to the home screen. So that's the barrier.
That's a big barrier.
Yeah. Which, like, I'm as someone who's now mostly using iPhone and iPad, I'm fine with that, except for the fact that adding a web app to the home screen is still a little bit clunky. Like, to actually do it, you open the share menu on a page, and then it's like a thing in the share. It's really weird.
That seems wrong.
Yeah. And also, Android has the difference between like a home screen shortcut and like actually installing an app. iPhone is kind of in that boat with web apps, where if you bookmark a web app to your home screen, it has to stay on your home screen. Like, it's just a bookmark. It does not show up in like your like installed apps. Unlike modern Chrome on Android, where it like actually makes like a wrapper app and puts it in there.
Yeah.
Which I find annoying because like I don't really like, I want some web apps easier to access in there, but I don't necessarily want them on my home screen. So I just have a page off to the side for them. So yeah, that's really interesting because that is like one thing that Safari has not had for a very long time, and soon it will have. And honestly, the notification stuff is kind of just a small part of what they're doing. There's a lot of other stuff in the Safari update. And this is like the biggest update to especially mobile Safari in a long time, just in terms of engine features. Not necessarily like, oh, they're redesigning it again or whatever, but they've got push notification support, which again like works for just anything that does push notifications. It doesn't need like them to set up an ID with Apple or anything stupid. Also, Apple now supports the badging API. So already on web apps, I don't know if Android does this or not. I think no, I don't think Android does this, but I know with web apps on like Windows and I believe Mac OS, web apps can add a little like badge to their icon. So, like on, Mac, if you get an alert on Slack or Discord, there's like a little red icon on the logo. Now web apps can do that on iOS and iPadOS using the APIs that have been around for a couple of years now, so that's really cool. I actually use the badging API in my PhotoStack web app. When you export a bunch of images and it's done, it adds a little badge to the icon. So that's cool. There's some other stuff to how it handles web app manifests. It handles icons a little bit better now. Also, they're changing a very old behavior in Safari where if a website did not provide an icon for itself and you added it to your home screen, Safari used to like screenshot it, and then that screenshot would be the icon. They're not doing that anymore. They'll just show it with a little like monogram, like a letter or two for the website, and they'll try to pick a color, and that's the icon you get. So that's nicer. There's also support for the screen wake lock API, so web apps can keep your device from going to sleep without using weird hacks with like video playback and stuff. So that's nice for especially like cloud gaming stuff.
Yeah.
There's the screen orientation API, which I forget, what does that do? Does that let you lock the screen? Oh no, it just lets apps very quickly check what orientation you're in. Oh, and if you have it locked or not. Okay, that's cool. So it's got that. It's got the web codecs API video support, so that lets web apps have low-level access to like frames in a video stream or chunks of audio, and also the user activation API, which lets web apps tell if like someone's using the page, or I think if like on a desktop, if like it's a background window or not. I think I haven't used that one, but yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that. Also, third-party web browsers can add sites to the home screen now. That was another long-standing iOS limitation that, like, if you wanted to, like, I use Chrome most of the time on my phone. So if there's an app I want to put on my home screen, I have to go open it in Safari and then bookmark it. But now these apps can sort of like request Safari to do it for them with the new API. So that's nice. And there's a lot of other changes. This blog post from WebKit kind of focuses on just the web push stuff, but there was another changelog somewhere that was like really long. Had a lot of like JavaScript and CSS stuff in it. So this is a huge Safari update.
Not that I think you care too much, but if you go down on that link to the new web API for web apps part, at the bottom of that section, it says, see the release notes for Safari 16.4 Beta 1.
Yes.
Pretty sure what you're
referring to. That is. Yeah, that's what I saw.
There's holy god levels of... But every browser update probably kind of looks like this if you see all their changes.
Yeah, I mean, when you... it's big for Safari. Like, when you go and you click on the other release notes in the sidebar, most of them are an order of magnitude shorter than this.
Yeah.
There's a lot of new CSS features in here.
Well, I also notice how many of these say added support for. And the thing, like, it can be a single line item, but it's like, no, that's actually big. That's a lot of stuff you just added support for.
Oh, yeah. Like, here I just see added support for lazy loading iframes.
Wow. Yeah,
that's huge.
Yeah.
Added images, added support for AVIF on macOS Monterey and Big Sur. Was
added support for scroll to text fragment. I didn't realize that wasn't supported before.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, there's actually a lot of big stuff in here.
I use that all the time. Like that's my favorite thing when I'm writing an article and I need to reference something that's on a page, but the page is huge. And I can just link directly to a paragraph in it. I love that.
Yeah. Yeah, there's, again, like, so much of the stuff they added here, it's single line items, and they're, like, huge things. And yeah, this is a big page. Obviously, a lot of this stuff is also, like, fixed bug whatever kind of stuff. But, you know, still... It's amazing how much stuff they actually added in this one update.
Yeah.
And it's a lot for what is effectively like a point release.
Yeah. Well, it's a point release of now Apple syncs all their app versions to the OS it comes with. So like effectively this is like a really big major release for Safari, but because we're not due another iOS update for 8 months or whatever, like it's gonna be a point. But yeah, and there was a Mastodon. I follow some of the Safari people on Mastodon, and they were really excited for this. I'm sure I won't be able to find that anymore though, because Mastodon doesn't have good text search.
Yep. Well, to be fair, it's not like you had good text search on Twitter. It was so hard to ever find a tweet again on Twitter that I usually just never tried.
Unless you could quote it, yeah.
Yeah, if you knew exactly how it was phrased, sometimes you might get lucky, but a whole lot of misses when it came to searching on Twitter. So it's not like things are that much worse on Mastodon, but somehow it is still worse.
Yeah.
Unless you know which account it came from, you usually lost it.
Yeah. I'll do a search for it really quick, but here's the person. I found the person.
Success.
Yes, this is someone from the web developer experience team for Safari and WebKit at Apple. And they said, here, I'll send this to you if you want to like put it on the screen or whatever. This is from Jen Simmons. She said, "It's hard to express how excited I was to get to tell all of you today about what's in Safari 16.4 Beta 1 for home screen web apps. This represents many, many months of work by some really amazing people all across Apple. It's built on foundations that took years to create, especially for things like focus support, which lets us get the experience of web push just right. I'm so proud of our team, and I feel lucky every day I get to work with them." So this is like a thing that very clearly took them a while, but I think it probably took a little while because there wasn't like an insane amount of legal pressure on Apple. Right. I'm sure this was a team like a year ago that they were like, okay, fuck, if we don't do something, we're going to be in trouble. Time to hire more people.
Yeah.
Or finally let them work on this instead of something else at Apple. But Yeah, no matter what, and that's purely speculation on my part. But regardless for the reason it happened, it's nice, and makes me feel a little bit better about like uh, gradually shifting stuff to Apple, where it's like part of the reason I didn't do this, like, I mean, part of the reason I went to Android in the first place and why I stuck with it for so long is that Apple was just like completely unwilling to do anything in terms of cross compatibility. And like they've eased back on that on their hardware a lot. Not entirely. My phone still has a stupid connector that no one else uses.
Yeah, not even Apple.
But yeah. But they've rolled it back a lot of that on the hardware and some on the software. And this is like another step. Like, okay, you're not being the crotchety Apple anymore, where it's your way or the highway necessarily. But yeah, cool stuff. I really want web apps in my app drawer without them being on the home screen, though. That's my main thing now.
Yeah.
I will say also, if like I still needed to be on Twitter, this would be also excellent news, because Twitter's mobile web app is very good and has push notifications. So until Elon fucks that up, you could have the Twitter PWA on your iPhone with notifications and get almost the same experience, except Musk would not have increased access to your phone.
Yes. And I think we can all agree, when it comes down to it, anything that takes power away from him is probably a good thing.
That's cool.
So yeah,
excited for that.
Overall, I would certainly rate this as like a good positive move. I guess the real question is now, so at this point, Chrome obviously supports pretty much all of the features that anyone would argue need to be there for mainstream web apps to be viable. Well, I should say web apps and PWAs. Most of the other browsers do too. And the big stopping point has historically kind of been Safari, both on the Mac and definitely on iOS and iPadOS. Now, with this change, I'm putting you on the spot here to make a big, bold prediction, but do you see web apps suddenly taking over? Do you think that this is going to be that big sea change moment where everyone's like, oh, good, finally, that last hurdle's out of the way, let's make this happen?
I don't know, because web apps are really interesting because I think a lot of the discussion around them is just wrong. Like, a lot of people see them as a replacement for apps, and like they can be, but that's not really how most people see it. Most people see it as just like, oh, the website I went to is better now. And like, I can install it to my iPad, and then then the browser parts go away and it looks nicer. I think that's where most people are at. So I don't think like any of this was probably like a limiter on that. I think also there's still the factor of a lot of companies are still not building really great web apps, or they're limiting their web apps for the express purpose of getting you to install their native app. And that will never change as long as native apps get more device access than web apps. Even if like ultimately, the websites do lose people when they do that. Yeah. Every time you make someone click another thing, you lose like, I forget what, I think it's like 30% of people or something. I'm not sure, but like you lose a big chunk of people every time you make them like go to a website and then go to the App Store and click install on the App Store and all this nonsense. But the data you get is better, so they're going to keep doing that.
Well, and I think long-term commitment also gets better once you get someone to install an app. So, yeah, you might lose 30% of the people who showed up, but if of the remaining 70% of people, if you can get even say 20% of those people to download the app, that 20% is probably not going anywhere for a very long time, presumably, assuming the app is good. Whereas those people who visited on the web, you lost 30% today, you might lose 30% more of them tomorrow.
Yeah. So I think that changes the equation a lot. And also the fact that like if the discussion becomes like what impacts like the web browsing experience versus like how good a web app can be necessarily, then that's even like that's also a completely different discussion on iPhone, where everyone's web experience is going to be the same because Apple doesn't let you ship another browser engine yet on iPhone and iPad. So it's not like any of these websites on iPhone can be like, we don't support Safari, download Chrome. Chrome is going to load those pages exactly the same. So I don't really know like what I know obviously like it's going to be easier for Apple to say in court, like, look, they don't have to use the App Store if they don't want to. We've got a perfectly good, web environment here. I think it's good news for me because there's some web apps that I have bookmarked that will work slightly better. All the APIs is like, it's definitely good. I don't know what the real world impact is going to be. I think I hope this is the start of Apple like actually investing in Safari properly beyond the UX stuff, because that seems like what they've been focusing on the past couple years is like Safari got a big redesign on like the Mac and has a full like extensions API now, but like the engine has still been behind in a lot of stuff. Like I have like some dev friends who are like still frustrated that Safari is really backwards in like a very few specific ways. And as someone who like has seen this pattern over and over again, I don't want everything to be Chrome. So if Apple can keep Safari competitive and make sure it works with all the same sites, then that keeps everything from being Chrome. So I'm glad. I don't care what the reasons are. I'm glad that Safari is trying to become better. And I hope they keep doing it. I don't know if they will.
There is a weird sort of irony to the more they progress Safari, the weaker their stranglehold becomes on technology. I think this may be one of the few times where a company can actually be in that position. By improving their product, they actually weaken their hold.
Well, also just the fact that like it's not even like a super fair thing to say like, oh, I want there to be options in the market because like Apple does not let there be options in the market on iPhone and iPad. So it's like I'm in this weird place where I'm like, I really don't want Google to have like full control over how the web works, because we've seen them abuse that already a couple times. But like at the same time, the main thing keeping them from doing that is the fact that Apple locks everyone out of the iPhone, and they sell a lot of iPhones. So it's like, I don't know what to do here.
Pick your villain and which evil you prefer. Do you want the company that is trying to steamroll and control the web, or do you want the company that is doing horrible things and locking people out of what should be what should be a more competitive market?
I don't like that the way we're stopping a complete global monopoly is like the digital version of a regional monopoly. Like it's kind of like if everywhere in the United States was Comcast, but like Verizon had was the only ISP in like New York State,
right?
Like it's like that's what's happening. So it's good. I'm glad Safari's getting updates. Maybe I'll use Safari at some point. But I've switched enough tech things lately. I don't really want to switch anything else right now.
I am gonna say up front, I really don't want to use Safari. Not to say that I don't use it occasionally. Like, I will pop it open if I like need to do something and I don't want to reopen Chrome. Like,
Yeah.
It's amazing how often this happens. I will shut down Chrome and I think, you know what? Hey, before I reboot my computer, there's one more thing I need to do. I'm just going to open Safari because I don't want all the tabs to reload. I don't want all the windows coming back up. I don't want all that stuff happening. Just give me a quick minute to use Safari and I'm good. Like, that's usually how I use it. But the thing is, the biggest reason I don't want to use Safari outside of various infrastructure benefits, actually there's a lot of reasons, but the biggest reason, I don't like how their extensions work.
Yeah, that's the main thing for me is,
I mean, I like their app store for it. The app store really looks nice for Safari extensions, but I hate the fact that they expect extension developers to pay to be on there, which is just flat stupid.
Yeah, that's the thing with me, where I'm sure if I like went and tried to do a replacement, I'd be missing one or two things, and also everything that I've made that I use would also be missing, and I can't do anything about it because I do not have a spare $100 a year to give Apple for their stupid review process.
Yeah.
So
yeah, the extension thing is a big problem for me. The other part is I use an Android phone. What you and everyone else knows exactly what the story is when it comes to like bookmark syncing. It just doesn't exist with Android phones. My bookmarks are in Chrome because I want them to sync across multiple devices, and like, great, I'm only using Macs, but if I get a Windows PC, yeah, there it goes. Like, yeah. I lose bookmark syncing with just because I run another OS. Yeah, that's not going to fly with me. So Safari will always forcibly be an also ran, like the backup thing. I'd rather use Firefox because at least I get this stuff out of Firefox. I can't get it out of Safari. So, yep, those are the two biggest reasons.
Yeah, I still use Firefox occasionally, like usually to test stuff, because unlike most developers, I try to make my stuff work in Firefox most of the time. And I really do not like all the stuff they've done with the UI recently. Maybe this is how I remember distinctly, like back when the Mozilla's done the like big redesigns a couple times in the past couple years, and every single time there was like the people like, I don't, this is terrible, I want the old one back. And every time I was like, what's wrong with you? The new one looks fine, you're just complaining for no reason. And then we got to the most recent one, I'm like, oh, I don't like, have you seen what Firefox looks like now? They made I saw Microsoft is doing this for the Edge update they're working on, but Firefox is doing the thing where the tabs are like floating buttons that aren't attached to anything. And it's really weird, and it like wastes far more space than it needs to. I don't like it. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, as I pop open Firefox, I see what you're talking about. And yeah, it is wasting space. It's not, well, it is kind of a lot of space. That's a few pixels on the top and bottom for no real reason. And they already make the tabs taller than they need to be. Like, even setting aside the borders around the tabs, the tab itself is actually weirdly like 3 times the size of the text.
And they used to have an option when you went into customize, where you could like change the UI density. and stuff, which is part of the reason every time they did a redesign, I was like, what are you guys complaining about? It's fine. But they don't have that anymore. So I'm like, great. Oh, guys. So yeah, not fun. I don't know. Maybe there's some way to tweak that I haven't seen yet, but
Yeah,
I'm also still burned by the fact that they made Firefox for Android so much worse.
Yeah, I don't use it a ton, but every once in a while I pop it open, and from my experiences with it, it is weirdly just annoying to use.
Yeah,
I can't put my finger on how, but it just is.
Yeah, and like especially on Mac, like the font rendering is a little bit weird. There's like other things in it that just feel off. I would almost appreciate it more if they just were like, okay, we're going to fully like just go into the role of software that only nerds use, and just reverted the design back a couple times and then just stayed there for all eternity. I'd be like, okay, I understand what you're doing. Like just do that. That's fine. But I don't know. Maybe I'm also just turning into crotchety old person. My time has finally come.
Well, that happened early.
Yeah.
Though to be fair, you've been working in the tech publishing world for long enough that it's actually maybe you might even be kind of late.
Yeah. I think I will eventually become like those kinds of people that just are still on like Windows 8. I don't know if I'd be the person to still be using 7. I'd be on some other older version that's like a little bit better but still bad. Be like, I will never change. Don't touch my computer. Windows Update is disabled.
I know who you're dunking on, and I agree.
I know. Well, yeah, I know other people like this, but yeah.
Oh, come on. We both know who you're dunking on.
Yes, but also other people.
Yes.
Like when I was writing, I think it was last month. Last month was when Microsoft was like 100% fully done with Windows 7 updates. Like even if you were an enterprise customer that was paying them to keep patching Windows 7, like they're officially done with that too. Or I don't know, maybe they have a super secret plan where like the NSA still gets Windows 7 patches or something. I don't know, but they're totally done with that. And like as I was writing that, I was like going to the Windows 7 Reddit. I was like, what are those people up to? Are they like sad about this? And it's just a bunch of people being like, hey guys, I got Windows 7 working on my 13th gen Intel CPU. I'm like, oh my god, what are you guys doing? Like, you people will do anything but use Linux.
Kinda, yeah.
Linux. Yeah.
Though to be fair, I'm not sure I blame anyone for that.
I feel like fighting to keep using Windows 7 and fighting to get software to work on Linux has to be. I feel like Linux has to be easier at this point, unless you're like also the kind of person that plays like Counter-Strike Go a lot or something else that just will not run on Linux, I guess. But
yeah,
I don't know. That's like a weird level of like fighting against modern software and hardware. But I don't know. Again, I might turn into that person in like 3 years. I'm not discounting that possibility.
Yeah. Well, speaking of Linux, transition. Let's make fun of Canonical, Ubuntu, Flatpak.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll let you intro this one too because you actually know. Sorry, I'm making you do all the intros right now.
Yeah. Well, I wrote about it, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Linux is really fun because there's like 15 different ways to install software. Um, but uh, the old timey one where you like just have a repository somewhere and you download it and it tries to download all of the dependency libraries and everything else. That's still around, but it's not really that good. And it's also really hard to write software for more than one distribution at a time uh, through that. So there's like other kinds of packaging methods that have evolved over the past decade to try to not deal with that. And there's kind of two that have come out on top. One of them is Snap or Snapd, which is made by Canonical, which is the people who make Ubuntu. And that one is, and then there's another one that is, I believe, primarily developed by Red Hat. I'm not sure. Maybe they just do a lot of work on it. But the other one is Flatpak. And both of these are like on a surface level very similar. They're both ways where you like write an app and then like package it with all of its dependencies, and then you just send that out, and that like anyone on most Linux distros can download it at that point. So like on a surface level they're the same, but they have like different advantages and disadvantages. Snap seems to be the least popular of the two, at least in terms of like people who use Linux on their desktop computers. Snap is very cool on like server stuff, like Canonical has integrated a lot of stuff with like Ubuntu server and snaps. Like when I was when I had like a Linode VPS running some server stuff, and I could just type snap install Nextcloud, and then I instantly have my own Nextcloud server. Like that stuff's cool. But it's not really that popular on desktop because it's had consistent issues with like theme support and like apps taking multiple seconds to start up. Like I very much remember a couple of years ago when I was using Ubuntu or some Ubuntu based thing on my computer, and for a while Ubuntu was making the calculator app a snap just for, I guess they wanted to have fun. So like I'd go to open my calculator and it would take like 3 seconds to pop up on my computer, which was like a normal computer. Like it doesn't take that long on anything else. I was like, oh, something's wrong here. I don't think that's how it's supposed to work.
Yeah.
So Flatpak seems to generally be more popular because it doesn't really do that. It still works on a bunch of distros, and also key difference, especially for the Linux people, is that Flatpak is not centralized. Like it's just like a delivery method, but you can tell it to use like any source of apps. So like there's a like FlatHub app store where most of the apps are, but you can also just make your own. Like the Elementary OS people, like their entire app store is a like Flatpak thing. Like they made their own repository, but they use the Flatpak stuff for like downloads and stuff. Snap is not that. There's one Snap app store. All the server stuff powering that is proprietary. So the Linux people that are really they get really upset about proprietary software also don't like it for that reason. So basically, like this has led to like a bunch of little schisms with Linux people. I remember there was one, I think last year, where Firefox said it wasn't going to ship. It reached a deal with Canonical to like only ship Firefox as a snap. So then the Linux Mint people, which do not like Snap, did a different deal with Mozilla to keep a non-Snap version available. So there's a bunch of stuff like that. The news yesterday was that Ubuntu desktop is an OS, but there's also a bunch of like spin-offs of it that are officially supported by Canonical. Like there's like Kubuntu and Ubuntu Mate and all these other editions that have different desktops. And their announcement yesterday was that none of those spin-offs can ship Flatpak by default. So before this point, they were all free to like make their own choice about like, do we want Flatpak? Do we not? Are we fine with just Snap? They already had to ship Snap. That was a requirement. I saw one of the devs from, I forget his last name, but Cassidy, who was one of the former leads on Elementary OS, he was saying earlier, like, yeah, Ubuntu came to us and asked if we wanted to be like an official Ubuntu distro, but they said we have to ship Snap, so we didn't do it. So now all of the Ubuntu spinoffs that are like supported by Canonical have to ship with Snap in the App Store, and they cannot install Flatpak by default. It's still like now this is one of those things where like it doesn't really matter all that much because installing Flatpak is one command still for all of these. So it's not like that big of a deal in terms of like user experience, but it is kind of a big deal in terms of like politics and like Ubuntu playing nice with all the other Linux people, because it really seems like most Linux people would rather use the other thing. And Canonical's like, no, you're going to use our thing.
Yeah.
We want you to use our thing.
By the way, the name you were looking for was, he's going by Cassidy James, but it's actually Cassidy James Blade.
Okay, yeah. Yeah. So there's like a little bit of a, like, I saw some people defending this, and some of the arguments are like, I can understand them. Like, Linux distros are not really that good about handling apps that come from multiple places. Like, if you install, a Linux distro and you want to get like Chrome, there might be like 4 different ways to get Chrome. And as a user, you're like, what do? I don't know. Like, which one of these is better? And like, generally, at least with like the big like proprietary stuff like Slack and Chrome and stuff, a lot of those have official Snap packages but not official FlatHub or Flatpaks. So like, I can kind of get it from that perspective, but also it's that way because Canonical is making deals with those companies. So it's like I get it, but the way it is like it is now is like also kind of Canonical's fault here, and it kind of seems like everyone wants to use the other thing. So it's just kind of another like control thing where Canonical has full control over Snap and the apps on the Snap store and how you get them, and it doesn't really want to give that to anyone else.
Yeah.
So it's very funny. We're talking about Apple opening up and one of the main Linux companies resisting that. It's an opposite day, apparently.
Yeah, exactly. It's there is this weird, I mean, Canonical has always had kind of a not great reputation for well, I shouldn't say always, but certainly for many years they've had the not best reputation for playing nice with the rest of Linux. They've kind of been, I almost want to say they're the Apple computer of Linux. Like they're the company that tries to control everyone else by pushing them around in weird ways. And even without being the majority, in a lot of instances, they kind of hold enough power to be able to do it.
Yeah, I'm not like fully up to date with how these companies operate, like where they make most of their money from, but like Canonical it's kind of in the same field as like Red Hat, where like, yeah, they have like a free OS you use, but like that's not like entirely their business model. Like their business model is like, you set up a server with Ubuntu, now we'll give you, paid support or whatever. So they are like a business that for a while has always treated the actual like desktop experience has always felt kind of not great for the past, I mean, however long. Like it seems like every once in a while they do something like this. Like I remember like one of the big controversies for a while was they were putting Amazon search results in the search bar in the OS for when you go look for like files and stuff. And of course, like those were like affiliate links as like a revenue stream. So like they do stuff like this every once in a while. But like, I mean, at the same time, like there's a lot of open source software development stuff that like I feel like makes me feel weird about like completely criticizing them, because like if you think about everything based on Ubuntu, which is like probably more than half the Linux ecosystem, it's like Ubuntu, you've got Ubuntu as a base, or you've got Fedora or Arch. It seems like all of them are one of those. And everything based on Ubuntu is using Canonical's like package repositories and like some of their server resources, and maybe not giving anything back depending on the project. So like I don't like it, but I understand where they're coming from. But yeah, it's interesting. It's
funny because I can remember many times saying things similar to this about Apple, and people were never as willing to forgive Apple for doing similar things.
Yeah, well, like
Apple has actually contributed a lot to open source, and
yeah,
I mean WebKit in particular. But yeah, we're a little less forgiving of Apple, which is easy to do when you're literally like the richest company in the world.
Yeah, and I mean it's interesting to watch. There's a lot of really interesting stuff happening in the Linux world. Like there's an increased focus on like mobile stuff. Like there's been a huge surge in like making Linux phones and tablets that are actually like good, and not just we put the like a normal like desktop interface on a phone. Is that not what you want? like that kind of thing.
Oh yeah, that stuff always just feels like proof of concept though.
Yeah. And I saw Fedora keeps doing a lot of cool stuff with like containers and stuff, to the point where you can have an OS that's like kind of temporary, and you can like keep resetting it if you want, or like apps don't like permanently affect the system. There's a lot of cool stuff happening, but this is probably not cool. But like also if the derivatives don't want this, then like I think theoretically they can just like split off and do their own thing if they want, but then they have to pay all their own server bills. So it's like yeah. gotta wait. And of course, like at the bottom of this, they do have a message that's like, this message was written and published in collaboration with all Ubuntu flavors, which I'm like, how much coercion was there in that statement?
Yeah, this is I'm trying to think of a good example of this, and weirdly the only example that comes to mind immediately is the Republican Party. Sorry, making it briefly political, but there's an element here where someone decided, well, whoever's at the top decided here's what's going to happen, and everyone else is basically told, hey, if you want to win your next election, you're going to have to play along. And everyone's like, okay. Yeah, just tell us when to raise our hands, we'll do it. Fine. Ubuntu has that impact, and Canonical is it is I mean, they have the ability to pull this to an extent.
And also I don't think they've done it yet, but Canonical is trying to file for an IPO. So there's going to be a greater incentive for them to squeeze some profit out of this entire ecosystem they're a part of, which I'm sure is part of this.
Right.
Uh, yes. There was reports at the end of last year that Canonical is trying to IPO this year. Um,
Um,
I'm sure it's great time to go public as a tech company right now. I'm sure that's going to go really well.
well, I don't know. Actually, that might not be that bad of a time.
Yeah, would have been bad 6 months ago.
Exactly. Your stock would have just absolutely nosedived if it was 6 months ago. Seeing as things are going to have to level off semi soon, it will turn into a really good time to IPO because there will be almost nowhere to go but up for tech. And when that happens, that's exactly when you want your IPO to occur.
Yeah, I'm curious. Where do they make money? Is it just all server stuff? I know they have I know they still do some OEM deals, like Dell still sells laptops with Ubuntu pre-installed, so I assume Canonical gets some money from that. If nothing else, so that they can use Ubuntu logos on their stuff. But yeah, I don't know if that's interesting. I think it's also interesting that like Canonical isn't like, they're not really in any of the places you see a lot of innovation with Linux these days, at least in terms of like user stuff. Like, I don't know what they're doing in servers. Like, maybe every server for everything I've ever used is running Ubuntu server. But like, there's a lot of exciting stuff with phones that they're not doing because they tried phones like 10 years ago and no one cared. So they're done with that now.
Well, and that is also kind of a lost fight. I think there's a possibility it will come back someday. Like, you could maybe realistically like kind of let the iOS Android fight continue for a little bit longer, and then if you can launch your own Linux based thing that can run Android apps completely without any modification, no screwing around, I could see that coming back someday and becoming like a decent third tier option. But yeah, I think that fight is pretty much done.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm not saying like they need to like launch a phone. Maybe that's what they need to make money. Like, that's why they're not doing it. But
Yeah.
like, there's a whole, like, it's been really fascinating to watch like the stuff with Pine Phone and a couple other Linux phone projects that are selling. Like, people are buying these, probably not in large numbers, but
Yeah.
that is like a thing people are doing, and it's been really interesting to see the software like rapidly evolve for that stuff. And Canonical isn't doing anything there. Like, all like the Pine Phone stuff, a lot of it is like Arch based or Fedora or something, or it's like they're running like the KDE desktop trimmed down. You know, like, really the big Linux thing right now in the user space is the Steam Deck, which is running on Arch.
Yeah.
That's not Ubuntu at all. So.
But that's also something that was definitely a decision that was made by Valve.
Yeah.
And I think, I could be wrong on this, but I'm just going to speculate. I bet Valve is probably looking at Canonical in the same way that we're talking about it now, saying, hey, you know, they may have done some good things, and you know, they're still contributing to this world, but at the same time, they're kind of the Apple. We don't want to base our thing on the company that could end up making this really problematic in the future. So, you know,
Yeah.
just a hunch here, but I think other people are probably watching what's happening and saying they don't want to tie their boat to this ship.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's telling that like there's a lot of exciting stuff happening with Linux, and it doesn't seem like Canonical is playing any part in any of it.
Yeah,
except just serving as like some of the technical foundation for some of it. And it's going to be interesting to watch. Curvy Mermaid says, wish me luck. I'm going to get a 50-inch Sony 120 hertz TV running Google TV. I've never had any Sony TV previously. Oof.
I wouldn't go to full oof here. I will say my experience with the Sony TV has been less than ideal.
I know they make good TVs.
Yeah, the display, at least given the time period, fantastic, beautiful display. Granted, it was before
Google TV is the oof.
Well, Sony with Google TV. That's my problem, and that's my concern, because Sony, with their TVs, has been very slow to sending updates. I mean, they make, like, obviously Google itself is kind of slow to sending out updates for Android TV in general. And they've been pretty slow with sending out updates to even their own first-party streaming devices. And then you look at, like, NVIDIA, where you're always kind of like 6 months behind with the Shield. The Shield is still sending updates, which is amazing, but they're still always like 6 months behind. Sony's TVs are like a year behind, maybe more. So they're really bad at sending out updates. Or at least they were with mine when I got it. Granted, I also got one of the earliest models that has Android TV, and maybe they've gotten better since then, but they definitely weren't good for a long time, and I feel like they're not going to get good enough to turn around and say, oh yeah, no, it's perfect. Anyway, sorry, what was your angle on that?
I really don't like
you really don't like Google TV?
I really don't. Just the thought of there being an Android OS on my network that will just stop getting security patches at some point, but still have like a fully functional web browser and stuff. It's like I don't feel great about that. I would personally not do that unless I was okay with eventually turning that part into like a dumb TV and plugging in a different stick at some point.
I mean, you can do that.
I can't. I don't know how like intrusive Google TV would be at that point. But yeah, that is an option.
Well, you basically just turn off its network connection.
Yeah.
I mean, just take away the network connection, and it is effectively a dumb TV that has Android TV as its menu system. You can do it.
Can you make it like auto open and input though?
Sure.
Or you still have to. Okay. No,
well, it depends. I mean, when you say auto open and input, I assume you're talking about the typical HTTP commands.
Well, just like turn it on. And like, what do I have to do to get to an input after I turn on?
Okay, so just basing on my own TV, one of the things I typically do is I just turn on the Shield, and I usually use Google Assistant to do that.
And then it HTTPs it.
Yeah, it just turns on the TV along with it. Also on my remote, I programmed one of the buttons to make the Shield, because the Shield is what I watched like 99% of things on. I programmed one of the buttons to open that input. And so I literally just can turn on the TV, hit that button, and it'll switch to that input.
Okay.
There's also a button on the remote. If you want to switch inputs, you can just hit it and it cycles through. And there's also an on-screen menu if you want to use the D-pad and hop around that way. So yeah, there are multiple ways to switch inputs. And I think more and plus HTTP obviously can just... Is it HTTP or HDMI CEC? Whatever, anyway.
Oh, I think it's CEC is that thing.
Well, CEC is pass-through commands. HTTP is... Oh, HTTP is content protection. What am I...
Yeah, that's DRM.
Yeah, sorry, I've been saying the wrong thing. So CEC,
it's all that, whatever acronym, we know.
Yeah. I knew something was wrong. I kept saying HTTP, and it's like, wait, something is not right there. Anyway, when CEC takes over, like, it's been supported this whole time. And it works with Android TV. There's nothing in the way of it. So as long as devices have compatible CEC commands, which most things are, but CEC has never actually been truly standardized and formalized in a way that makes sure everyone plays nice together. So you can have weird crap happening. But outside of that, for the most part, yeah, like grabbing input mostly works with devices. Every once in a while, something might not be able to grab input, I've heard, but I haven't really had a problem with it. Not that I've hooked many things to it, but I've always had at least like a Chromecast connected plus the Shield, and I've never really had problems with it.
Yeah, I just did the like D-Smart on my TV because the Xbox I got does make some fan noise, but it is immensely faster than my TV. And also, I moved everything to the Xbox, all the streaming apps. I got a little IR remote that works with my Xbox, and I did the full like factory reset the TV so it like doesn't have anything anymore, and it's so much faster now. Now that it's not making all those network requests in the background, which I can see in Next DNS. I can see all the times it tried. Making requests for I don't know what, like even when the TV was completely off. Like I had it connected to Smart Things. I don't think it still needed to make that many requests.
Yeah.
So that's off now. Now the Xbox is also making a lot of those, but I believe fewer, and I'm also blocking those. So.
Yeah. I will say, I think the solution typically is just obviously factory reset it at some point, do what you need to do the baseline setup, and then just disconnect it from the internet after that. Like take it offline and let it just be a dumb terminal, and that's probably going to be the happiest most people will be.
Yeah. The one thing that only bugs me, the only time I like need to use the TV part for an extended period is when I want to use my antenna. Because that UI is in the TV, because there's like not Microsoft unfortunately ripped out all of they used to have like pretty cool TV tuner and guide stuff in the Xbox One back when they were like trying to make that a media center, and no one liked them doing that, so that's all gone.
Yeah.
So yeah. But the antenna TV stuff on the TV's way faster. There's no network stuff going on. It's great.
Yeah, that does help. But yeah, in general, I just always expect, and I don't think that this is unique to Google TV or Sony, really. Just any TV manufacturer seems to be very slow to sending updates. I don't know if this is true, but I've heard Samsung is even pretty slow with their TV updates. Not that there's even much of a frame of reference for them, but apparently problems get discovered and it'll be like 9 months before those patches get rolled out to fix those problems. And I imagine LG's got to be in the same boat. I feel like everyone is just kind of bad at TV. TV is one of those platforms that invariably is just going to get slow updates. Kind of like the Nothing phone. Transitioned. Unless you had more to say on TV.
No, I'll just repeat what I have said every other time we talk about smart TVs, so I don't need to do that.
Okay. Anyway, so yeah, for those who may have been paying close attention lately to the Nothing phone, which, judging by everything I've heard from analytics, no one cares about the Nothing phone. So, but we're going to talk about it anyway, despite no one giving half a rat's ass about the Nothing phone. But apparently it is now getting Android 13. Only 6 months late. Only 6 months late. It, because that's normal. That's good. They launched a company. They launched a product. They're selling a phone. And they're already showing people that you shouldn't get your hopes up with this thing.
Yeah, there's just... I was telling Cody before the stream went up that I feel extremely vindicated by this. I feel great. Because I fucking hate this company. Right? Like, for anyone who's just like not aware of any of this, Nothing was founded by Carl Pei, right?
Yeah.
I believe. Okay, yeah. Who was one of the co-founders of OnePlus, which is a company that increasingly became more intolerable over the years.
I would argue they started incredibly intolerable.
Okay, you're right. There was an initial period where they were one of the most obnoxious tech companies.
I keep using this term even though I hate it, but they were literally the main character of tech news for a while.
Of Android phones, yeah.
Yeah, they were the absolute worst. I mean, asking women to show their boobs to have a chance to buy a phone. I mean, come on.
Yes, you're right. They were insufferable when they started, and then for I feel like maybe a couple years they were trying to be super serious.
Yeah, they progressively got really good, and then they flipped back.
And they were
around.
Making pretty good phones for a lot of that time.
Yeah.
They were quick on the updates. Oxygen, and it wasn't Oxygen. Was it Oxygen OS?
Yes.
When it's okay, I get that confused with the Hydrogen one. Yeah, their stuff was good for a while, and then eventually their phones started to get slightly worse over the years, and they started to slip more and more with software updates. But their marketing just ramped up to 1,000 to the point where it drove me absolutely crazy. Where they started doing the drip feeding of news. So when they had a phone coming up, at 1 week they'd be like, here's what the phone is called.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next week they'd be like, here's the resolution of the camera. And then the next week they'd be like, here's how big the screen is, and it's 120 hertz. And then they do that for every week for 3 months. And then so by the time the phone comes out, I am ultimately confused on if this phone is actually new or not, even though it's my actual job to keep up with stuff like this. I had no idea. And anyone who's covered OnePlus for their job will tell you they have the most bizarre structure of announcements and embargoes, and they make just everything entirely confusing, and their marketing is just absolutely insufferable. It makes me hate the whole company. I'm sure there's nice people working there. I don't care. So when Carl Pei went away to go make Nothing, Nothing did the same exact shit. Because you know what? It does work. If you want people to talk about your company for 6 months straight, it's not from just announcing a phone all at once. It's from drip feeding stuff for a very long time. So because it works, they kept doing it. And I was sick of this fucking phone by the time it finally arrived. I didn't, covered it how to geek at all, mostly because I don't think most people there care. Other places maybe the people care more.
I will reiterate what I've heard from analytics people. Apparently you made the right call.
Yeah. I mean, it's not really anything, at least in the US centric thing. This phone didn't come out in the US, so immediately if most of you people are living in the US, this doesn't matter.
The only people in the US that have this phone are YouTube influencers that were sent this phone because they were sent this phone. Plus, obviously, a few reviewers that the company wanted to work with.
Yeah, if you're a US centric media, this writing about this phone is like writing about like all the weird menu items that like McDonald's has in other countries. We're like, that's cool, I guess. I can't do anything with this information.
Yeah.
So, you know, so anyway, this and like all of this marketing hype for this phone comes out, and of course, like a lot of the press is. I actually got really annoyed by how some of the press was handling this. I understand to an extent if people are interested in it, then you need to feed the beast, but I felt it really went too far in some cases. Anyway, the phone eventually came out, and it was just fine. Like it was a phone, you know, reasonably high end. Price I think was okay. But it's just like a phone. Like there's nothing like super crazy about it. It had lights on the back. That was like its main thing.
Mm-hmm.
But the marketing was like almost bordering on like culty level, like the kind of language you'd get from like some like multi-level marketing scams or something, where they, you know, hype it up as like this is like truly revolutionary. It'll change everything about you. It's a phone. You guys made a phone that's like has cool lights on it. Good job. I'm happy for you. And you know, it only ever I think it's still exclusive to the UK. I don't know if it's anywhere else in Europe.
Didn't it launch in like India or something?
It might be in India. But yeah, like it's still not in a lot of countries. Was granted, you know, you only have to release in a few more countries to beat Google, because they still don't know how to release Pixel phones in other countries. And this phone comes out, and you would assume that because this company has exactly one phone on the market right now, and that they don't significantly change the Android operating system for their one phone, they would be able to get the major Android OS updates out in a timely fashion. No, it took them 6 months.
Yeah.
Samsung updated like a dozen phones and tablets by this point. More than a dozen, I think. Now, granted, they are a significantly larger company, not even in the same scope, but they also have many more phones and tablets, and they make many more changes to Android. This is a company with one product on the market, and it took them 6 months. And like if you look at this blog post they did, the changes they made on top of Android are almost nothing. They say they have a new weather app. They made the camera app better. And most of the rest of this is either like small improvements over what they already had, or features in Android 13 itself.
Right.
So it's I feel great because this company is incredibly annoying. I think Carl's full of himself quite often, and ultimately what they have to show for all their marketing is a phone that is very late on software updates. Not like to the point where it's like putting people in danger of getting like malware or something. Not that. It's just embarrassing.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I mean, because again, like, also this is. I don't know if this is supposed to be like it's definitely marketed to enthusiasts, because that's who OnePlus was going after. And it's going after, but also it was trying to be like just like just another phone you could buy.
It's weird. So, I don't think it like I agree. I think the marketing was targeted at enthusiasts, but it felt like it was not intended for them. It felt like it was intended to be a trendy product.
Yeah.
Which is a weird direction to go, because the two lines don't usually cross quite this way. Which makes me wonder how well this has sold. I mean, obviously it has to have sold in some number, but I really haven't heard of people buying.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I misspoke when I said they have one product. I forgot they have stupid earbuds.
Yeah. Technically, they have a couple of things.
Yeah, which look cool, but again, are pretty similar to all the other hundreds of wireless earbuds you can buy. Like, I again, like I go to their about page, and they say we're a London-based tech company on a mission to remove barriers between people and technology. To do this, we're crafting intuitive, flawlessly connected products that improve our lives without getting in the way. No confusing tech speak, no silly product names, just artistry, passion, and trust, and products we're proud to share with friends and family. Simple. Um, no silly product names, but their phone is called the Nothing Phone. I think that's pretty silly.
Technically, Nothing Phone 1.
Yeah, that's
one
even
inside
sillier.
parentheses.
Yeah, you get out of here, Carl. Come on now.
But I chalk this up to the same thing that certain companies and certainly politicians have been known to do, where if you just say it enough times, somebody out there will start to believe you, and it will eventually people will perceive it to be true regardless of how true it is.
Oh, I forgot they made NFTs. Oh, I completely forgot about that.
Yeah, but what company has Carl Pay touched that didn't? You're gonna try to list.
Well, I mean, it's really just been like this in OnePlus, right? I'm sure OnePlus has probably done it. I can't remember.
Yeah, OnePlus has done NFTs or something related to them somehow. I don't remember the specifics. I just remember at one point they announced something, and I thought, "Oh yeah, that checks out." And I stopped, and then I checked out.
Yeah, it's just again, I feel wonderful about this. I'm just like, please shut up. Get back to me when you can update your one phone in a timely manner. Again, like this isn't even like, remember when Essential was new, and even with the allegedly very toxic environment that Andy Rubin created over there, they pushed out major OS updates to their phones before Google was done doing it. Like,
not only that, but they also pushed out accessories and products for their phones that were actually inventive. I'm not going to say they were great. They were actually mostly garbage, but they were based on actually trying to do something really new and clever.
Yeah, they had like a whole like special magnetic docking, like they did MagSafe like years before Apple did,
and
it wasn't for charging, it was just for like data. I think maybe it's just delivering power to whatever was attached to the phone.
Yeah, I think so.
Both ways, but
it definitely did, like, it was a genuinely new thing at that time that they were doing, and they did it really well. Well, they did it okay. Maybe well is a stretch, but
and that was before like that was like just right as Project Trouble was becoming a thing. So in theory, it should be getting easier to ship major, Android releases. I'm sure building a phone is harder because everything costs more now, at least right now. But like this shouldn't be the part they have issues with, and yet it is. So eventually they'll release this phone in the US, and I don't know who would buy it. Like I don't know.
Yeah, I mean the general like hype machine is obviously it's obviously running strong with them. My question isn't so much who would buy it as how many people have actually bought into it, because I think that's going to decide a lot. And I'm curious how many of those people, because it's not that I was looking, but I didn't hear about a whole lot of backlash for people dunking on Nothing for shipping a very late update.
There were not like hordes of Nothing defenders logging on to defend the company's honor in the marketplace of ideas. It was like, and while
while there shouldn't be, just common sense, there shouldn't be a lot of people, I feel like it is also pretty telling when there's not. Because let's be honest, OnePlus had fans. Very dedicated, very intense fans. Essential had fans. Like,
Oh yeah.
there was never any question that there were people who were die-hard, ready to defend with their lives these companies. Nothing kind of feels like it's got nothing. Seems like there's not a lot of people who are out there singing their praises or trying to be like advocates.
Yeah, I was checking out what I scrolled down their about page, and it's like every alarm bell is going off in my head. Where in the footer they say all major credit cards and crypto accepted. So that's not great. And then also near the bottom, where they talk about sustainability, which is also another word that companies like to use but also do nothing. It's where they talk about when they made their earbuds, they worked with internationally recognized third parties to assess the earbuds' environmental impact. And then they started offsetting the electricity used in the manufacturing process, but they say carbon footprint, which is like a completely bullshit thing that you should pay no attention to. It's not real. It's not a real thing. And then they say, then we purchase carbon credits from Verified Carbon Standard, a globally recognized standard for certifying carbon emissions reductions. So it's like, okay, great. So you did nothing.
Yeah.
This is you paid a company that will maybe plant some trees someday that will maybe make a difference in 40 years. Great job.
And for anyone listening who doesn't quite follow what Corbin's bringing up, the whole carbon footprint thing was kind of I don't want to say a marketing term, but it's close enough to it. But it was a way for companies to chalk up their emissions based on specifically carbon results. The problem with this is it's only really addressing one of hundreds or thousands of known chemical emissions that companies can be polluting with. So it's sort of like, oh geez, I don't know. I guess it'd be kind of like it'd be kind of like if the most annoying person you know decided that the only possible thing that mattered was bad breath. It doesn't matter that they walk into a room and they're the kind of person that like literally walks into a room, farts, and leaves. Like, but they're telling you, well, you know what? I solved my bad breath. I used a breath mint before coming in today, so you can't complain about my bad breath. And there's nothing else. Ignore the rest of it. It doesn't matter that I don't wear deodorant. It doesn't matter I walk in the room and fart. It doesn't matter that I play very loud music from neck speakers. All those things are not annoying. Only carbon footprint matters. That's what you're getting here.
Yeah, and also this entire concept was made up by BP.
Yeah.
So it's just complete horseshit. It's an excuse to keep letting oil companies and other companies do what they want. So again, just like everything on their website, everything they do just sets up every alarm bell for like really bad tech company. And I'm glad I don't no one's forcing me to write about this, even if it was in a way that would let me just rant about them for an extended period of time. I don't really want to use my energy to do that. It's just I'm glad I can completely disengage with this company, and I'll be curious to see like where they're at. Even like later this year, like they're supposed to release the phone here. Like, are they going to do that? Still, like,
and is it going to be the exact same phone?
Yeah, because at
this stage, it's a little it's a little late to be pushing something that was already not a particularly highly spec phone.
Yeah, like it's much harder to. I mean, really, the only company that can do that is Apple. They can they
Yeah.
can sell a phone with a year-old chip. It's fine.
Well, to be fair,
everyone
their
else-
year-old chip is also better than.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's true. So yeah, I really do not like this company. So anyway,
Okay, so Austin also said carbon offset is money laundering for property owners who have lots that they can't build apartments on. Not entirely true. It's also for farmers. Same explanation, just also
Yeah.
for farmers.
and Tesla.
Oh,
This is
God.
how Tesla exists.
Kind of, yeah.
It's based like, at least initially it was almost entirely this.
Yeah.
Now they've tricked people into buying their cars that are not manufactured well. But
Well, look, I will partially defend Tesla on the basis that the cars actually used to be built pretty well a number of years ago.
yes,
They have dramatically lowered their standards, or at least that's what we certainly hear about from Tesla owners all the time. But hey, it is what it is.
yeah.
So, yeah, nothing is a dumb bad company. Don't come attack me for that.
You can attack me for that. You can yell at me on Twitter all you want. I don't log into Twitter anymore.
True.
Direct all your feedback there.
Let's see. So, speaking of dumb bad companies, this doesn't actually make any sense at all. But which would you rather make fun of next? Meta or Supreme Court?
I guess Meta, and then I'll probably go because I'm hungry.
Okay.
Need food.
Well, there was no way not to talk about this. The big talking point is, of course, that there is a report, which I think has now been confirmed. Maybe I'm wrong on that. But I believe it's confirmed. Facebook and Instagram, both companies belonging to Meta, are apparently about to launch their own version of the blue check mark. They intend to sell it for $12 and $15 per month if you're getting it from iOS. Or maybe it's just all mobile. I'm not sure.
Can you dump the link for this somewhere?
Sure.
Because I don't have this.
I
think you're making it up. I don't try.
Yes. Cody lies. So obviously the presumption here is they're going to get people to pay for a lot of features that are very similar to what Twitter is promising. Though, to be fair, at this stage, Twitter Blue is now a list of like 20 some odd features that you get, whereas Meta right now is, I think they're basically just kind of promising what, 4 or 5. So the things that they're promising with their blue check program is, let's see, of course, the badge, increased visibility, protection against impersonation. There we go. That's the word. Priority customer support, and more. The and more, of course, is a hand wavy. We promise we'll come up with more stuff someday, and you'll get it when we get it.
Almost any time anyone says "and more," it means there's nothing left. That almost all the time.
That's certainly usually true.
Yeah.
Except I remember when I wrote teardowns, I had to put.
I try not to do it. I'm sure it still happened once or twice.
Oh God, but I would write teardowns and I would have so many things that I would want to put in a title, and it's like I literally can't fit this much. So here are 10 things that are gonna fall under and more.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyway.
They're doing exactly what Twitter used to do, where you need to send them government ID, which like I don't love that, but like I don't know. I This is important to some people, and like that's probably the only one of the only safeguards you can do. I guess if like we had a functional government, we could have like a government authority that like you register with, and then you can just tell Facebook like, yeah, I'm here. You know, like I think this is how people used what was it, Keybase? There was something like this.
Yeah, Keybase was kind of trying to do something along
Yeah.
this line.
Like just a centralized thing where I don't have to give Mark Zuckerberg my government ID. Where just, a couple years ago, they were, misusing stuff like this for targeted advertisement and other stuff.
Yeah.
Like when they were using, I don't know if it was advertising or some other targeting thing, but for a while they were connecting people to their profiles using SMS numbers that they were only using for two-factor authentication. So if you made a Facebook account but like didn't connect any of the phone stuff, but you still had SMS 2FA, they were using that for targeting. So I would not really feel comfortable giving Mark my driver's license. But I guess that's probably the only option, and unless the US wants to figure something out. But
so
they'll get to that in like 30 years. It's fine.
In a weird roundabout way, you're going to kind of laugh at this, but it could also be argued that government ID is quite literally that thing already. Because it is an office that is tasked with determining that you are who you say you are. It is a government office that does this. And what Facebook is doing is asking to look at that thing that has been verified, ostensibly, and determine if you are allowed to use the name that you're claiming that you are trying to use. And presumably maybe some sort of visual element. I don't know if that factors into their impersonation. But yeah, if
that's true. I do let UPS look at my ID if I want to ship something, but
I don't
think UPS is like running an ad network. So I feel a little bit differently about it.
Well, UPS might not be, but FedEx would.
That's true. They
and
would.
Actually, USPS is quite literally running an ad network. So
I said UPS.
Yeah, I know you said UPS, but I'm saying USPS quite literally is an ad network. Mm-hmm. Companies pay them to distribute ads to your box. Like, that is very literally an ad network.
Yes. And thanks to them, and thanks to the government almost funding it, but not nearly enough. I can ship things to anyone in here at a very low cost compared to everything else. So
not that low.
Well, maybe just for me then.
I don't know. I just shipped a phone a couple months ago, and when USPS wasn't even the cheapest option.
Oof.
Yeah. Actually, I believe FedEx was cheaper by like a few cents. And it's like, yeah, or I could just send it UPS.
Yeah. The cost is using FedEx.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to give FedEx my money, so.
The real cost is mental.
Yes. Voting with your dollars, but in this case, voting with a couple cents.
Yeah.
Anyway, plus UPS was going to be the fastest delivery, and it was UPS ground. Mm-hmm. But that was coincidence because I was only shipping it like 200 miles, but still. So yeah. Anyway, I look at this situation and my immediate takeaway is some of the things that they're promising I think are problematic because it's stuff they should have been doing anyway. This is negligence when they're not trying to do something about impersonation. It's kind of negligence when you factor in customer support. Basically, because if you've ever tried to get customer support from Facebook in any sort of way, you know that it doesn't exist. You basically cannot actually get through to support staff in any way, shape, or form unless you are either a fairly really popular account or you've got some other critical thing that interests them. But if it's only something that matters to you, good luck. You will never get through to them.
Yeah, this is like 95% just money grabbing.
Yeah.
Like, again, Twitter did... I can understand with the verification process if you wanted to charge like $5 or $10 once, because like you do somewhere in the process probably do have to have a human that looks at your ID and checks, you know, your profile and see if you are who you say you are. But like, this is a subscription. So I'm sure they'll add more stuff to the subscription to make it like less of a ripoff, but this is ultimately just like money grabbing for a company that is not doing well. Meta is really not doing well. I don't know if you saw this, but they I don't know if it was official or it's just a report, but they are changing their like stock ticker sign back to Facebook.
I did not hear that.
Let me see. I don't know if that actually happened. Are they still? What's their? Let me go to Yahoo. Their ticker is still Meta. So I guess if that was true, it didn't happen yet. But
yeah, things like this, you have to file for it, and I think it still takes like a month or so.
But what is definitely true is that they're not doing well, and if Twitter had done the like verification and extra features thing in a more organized way, I'm sure they probably would have had a lot more takers. And Meta sees this as, you know, pretty good deal for them.
Well, okay, so on that point, first off, I'm just going to take the brief moment to mock this whole thing for the fact that Facebook, a company that is literally famous for how much it sees other companies do a thing and it just copies them shamelessly. I think it's hilarious that they are doing exactly that here. They saw Twitter make this a thing and they're like, cool, yeah, we can do that too. Hey, developers, make it so.
Mm-hmm.
But and also obviously they're copying the feature list a little too closely too, which is also a little comical. But I think it's also indicative of it's that same problem that we've discussed a few other times about companies that have hit kind of their zenith for growth. Facebook, let's be honest, their user count is never going to be what it was. And honestly, like, they waited too long to do this. At a certain point, once your user count tops off, like, you're never going to get more users than you have right now. Investors look at this and say, okay, well, congrats, you did that. Now what's next? How are you going to find a way to either increase profits or increase your growth, or to do something to somehow keep getting better? Because if you can't do that, you're not worth anything to us anymore, and your stock will probably just kind of slowly dwindle down. Facebook hit that point already.
Yeah.
And now here they are basically saying, okay, well, we're never going to get more users than we have now. Realistically, like, honestly, I think Facebook is in that rapid downhill spiral where maybe they got 10 years left, but that seems optimistic. So they need to come up with something else to just completely replace it. In the meantime, they're going to try to make the money they can off the users they have. And so this is the way to do it. And by the way, I know I'm talking about Facebook here, and Instagram is a bit of a different beast. But
I think Instagram is the same. It just its timeline is shifted.
Yeah.
Compared to
it's
Facebook.
Dramatically
Facebook is for the boomers and some millennials. I'm generalizing. Instagram is for millennials, and I think some Gen Z definitely.
The early end of Gen Z, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or well, the
So,
older
like,
end of Gen Z, I guess. Is the
well,
way to
I
say.
mean, I still see a lot of people like my age and younger using Instagram because it's not like you can't like. I don't know if you can talk to people on TikTok necessarily. Like, it's not really built for that. But Instagram is still like this like cross-platform messaging thing you can use
that's
when
fair.
you can't do iMessage. So like but it is still the same thing where like I think the most active people they're in a different like there's a little bit of a generational gap between the two. So Facebook is very clearly on the way out, and I think Instagram is probably there or like gonna be there real soon.
Yeah.
Outside of the people using it for just messaging, which doesn't really help. I mean, Instagram gets some active users out of that still, but it's not quite the same thing. But I mean, like when what you were talking about just monetizing your users while you have them. I mean, that's really what we've seen with Netflix in the past 6 months. Is like Netflix hit the peak number of people who want worldwide who will stream Netflix in its current state. So now it needs to extract as much money as it can out of them because the investors need the line to go up.
Yeah.
It's not good enough that you're number one. You need to keep growing.
Yeah. Either find a way to squeeze more money out of your users, or find a way to lower your costs, or find a way to get more users, or arguably turn the users you have into like double users, so to speak. Yeah, you always need more, and Facebook has hit their limits. Instagram will, if it hasn't already, hit its limit. And so, yeah, they gotta find another solution. Also, which brings me kind of around to a bit of a meta aspect of this, and I don't mean that in the company name, but the talking point. I remember, it struck me, the start of social networks really started with a concept that it was about you being able to keep in touch with your friends, the people you know, maybe work colleagues and a few others. Like, that's what social networks started with back in the days of Friendster and MySpace. And it certainly started that way with Facebook. Over time, it kind of progressed to more, I guess the way to say it is popular accounts. Not necessarily influencers per se, but like in the days of MySpace, Dane Cook's account was basically like the king account, which right now anyone hearing this is going, wait, what is a Dane Cook? You don't need to worry. Nobody cares. Anyway, the thing is, at a certain point, social networks realized that if you aren't using, if your friends are not generating content anymore, you run out of things to look at which point you leave. And you'll probably come back, but you might not come back soon enough. So social networks moved on to this model where they started making sure you got content, whether it was your friends or someone else who was just producing it. That's kind of how we ended up on the algorithmic everything version of social networks. And over time, they also realized that your friends are, to put it mildly, very boring. Your friends suck. Your friends make bad content. And so people who mostly look at what their friends posted eventually also leave because, well, literally anything else is more interesting. Which led us down this road where social networks started giving us what they wanted to give us, and then every once in a while they'd fill in a little bit from our friends, especially if our friends still kind of met the threshold of the algorithm. And that's pretty much what Twitter and Facebook and Instagram are now. They give us as much as they can possibly give us while still maintaining pretend version of a social network that they kind of want to claim to be. Now, they are very literally going to sell what is effectively make me popular status. I mean, Twitter did not hide that, and Facebook, Instagram is doing the same thing. They're promising, quote, increased visibility. And that's exactly what it is. They are basically saying, do you want to be an influencer like those other people? You can pay for it. You can pay to get started, and this is how you get into the club. Obviously, they're still only going to give so much access, and you still have to be algorithmically successful. But that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to monetize all the people who are trying to monetize themselves. That was a long way to get to that, I know. But
no, yeah. I mean, I get what you're like. A couple of things there. Number one, I think it's interesting that Facebook was arguably the first to do this, but explicitly in a business relationship. Where, like, if you have a Facebook page and you were not already like paying to promote your posts, they weren't doing that very well. It's just that relationship had not extended to a normal person quite yet. The normal person would just check their feed and deal with whatever. So in a way, Facebook was a pioneer in the shitty in social media features, but yeah. But yeah, like, it is interesting to watch social media turn into what it's become, and how it's increasingly, it's not like social media anymore, which I think is it's these things are just feeding you content, and the people you know might be in there, might not be, doesn't matter. You just need to keep the app open so you see the ads. And I think ultimately, like, you know, a lot of people were like really upset that like Twitter's in the toilet now, because like it was sort of the last bastion of like this idea of like you just have a feed and you see the stuff in it, and like you can turn, you know, it would sometimes turn back on, but you could turn the algorithm stuff off. But like I think Twitter survived that long in this old frame of mind because it had other stuff. Because it had Trump. And even now, like I was talking about this earlier today in another chat, was Twitter almost exclusively is powered by just getting mad at things. So like it doesn't need to go quite as far as Facebook to do this, because it's already cultivated this idea of like, there is someone you should be mad at all the time. And sometimes that's the president of the United States. Sometimes it's like probably worth getting mad at, but maybe not in the way you're doing it, right? Like you quote tweeting, you know, like Ted Cruz or whatever and making fun of him. That's probably not really helping anything, but you know, you feel better for a couple seconds, so it's worth it. But then other times it's like someone with 5 followers had a bad take. Let's have thousands of quote tweets on that, dunking on that person. So Twitter kind of survived that way because it already like cheated this a little bit.
Well, I think it stumbled into it by accident, but yeah.
Yeah. It's definitely like a thing that developed over time. So, you know, that's what happened there. And that's again kind of why like Mastodon is cool, because it's like not that. It is a little bit. There is there is the occasional like main character on Mastodon, but it's not like quite as intrusive. And also I think it helps that a lot of the people like you get mad at because their actions have real consequences aren't on Mastodon. Like, am I gonna yell at like my senator for being a dipshit? No, he's not there.
You do know if Mastodon is ever actually like demonstrably successful, then they will be there. Like that inevitability does come.
Yeah. I mean, it might turn into that. You know, it is a little bit that way, just not as much. Partially because it like tries to roadblock you from doing that by not having native quote tweets and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
A little bit.
One of these days we should just turn that into a topic, because I kind of want to argue about quote tweets.
I don't care that much, but so yeah, it's really interesting to watch this happen. And you know, Meta not only hit like its maximum users, but also like, I mean, it's doing what like ISPs do, where there's like a certain amount of stuff you can get in a period of time. So it's gonna start like partitioning out your access to the pipe, right? Like everyone's on Facebook. You might follow like 1,000 people on Facebook. So, you know, if you want your stuff to be seen, you're gonna have to like pay to bump up to the top of the queue.
Yep.
So this is just, you know, normal capitalism things, but it took a while for social media to get to this point.
And I think there's also going to be a really interesting mechanic here regarding, well, two interesting mechanics here. The first, particularly regarding Facebook, but I think it's also true for Instagram. If you're a regular user and you go there and your feed becomes just completely consumed by people who are paying to be there, who are paying to have that increased visibility, and it's stuff you don't want to see, is this not going to make you go away? Like, I kind of feel like this is the thing that if it actually works as successfully as Facebook wants it to, it's going to make users leave, which will more rapidly make it will devalue their network even more quickly.
Yeah, like this is just as stupid of an idea as when Twitter did it, where
I actually think this is dumber, but go on.
Oh, really? I think it's slightly less dumb.
And I'm talking specifically to Facebook. I have a different take on Instagram in a second, but
I think Twitter did it worse marginally, because they did this like pay to see your stuff, but they also just let like literally anyone buy it. So like if I'm making a network of spam bots, I can give them all verified in like 10 seconds and then go spam the shit out of everyone.
Yeah, which
there's like
this literally happened.
Yeah, it's happening right now. Like literally today, I forget where, but there was some report,
an article about Russian bots. They all paid to be verified, and then, if I remember correctly, didn't they all try to do some propaganda, but they mistranslated the Finnish word of to save and turn it into to download?
Oh, I don't know. If
I'm not sure that's the same story.
The Finnish thing. Yeah, I think that might have been different. But
okay.
Yeah, but like, and that's functioning by design. Like Elon got that money. He doesn't care.
Yeah, exactly.
He's good. They'll pay for the servers for a little while. So like Meta's like, I guess a little bit better than that in this case, but it's still the same core issue where if you like have to, especially like imagine this dynamic if like Facebook is the main way you communicate with people, and now it's like I must now pay for my family to see my newborn child and that kind of thing. Like it's like that's not good. That's really not good.
Right. And counterpoint, I also want a way to not see my friends post about the newborn child. That's literally
baby filter.
That is literally the reason I started not going to Facebook ages ago. And it just grew into all the other reasons that came along after that. But so my specific thing about this is I think about all the people who might decide it's worth it to them to have that increased visibility, not to be influencers in the sense that we know them, but I'm just gonna say your racist uncle, your angry, pissed off grandpa, and okay, obviously I'm kind of doing random stereotyping here, but your such and such person you know that always has a bit of a strong political take, and they really want everyone to see it all the time. Those people are going to be paying for this. I literally know people that like, I can picture people I've known. They posted a lot of that stuff, and I don't know that they would necessarily pay for this, but I'm sure some percentage would. And that's only going to amplify more of the crazy, angry political hate, which again, I think is also something more and more people are becoming aware of, and is making them want to leave the social networks anyway, which again is only going to diminish Facebook's potential success.
Yeah, Hoopy said Google's now the time for Google Plus. I agree. I'd give Google Plus another try. I'm sure it would not stick around again because Google's incapable of doing that. But it'd be nice while it lasted for 3 months.
I still think Google would be nuts to ever launch Google Plus again.
No, I know they won't. Now, what would be cool is Google Plus, but it runs ActivityPub.
Yeah.
That would be interesting. Also, Hoopy said, not that it will work any better, but everyone hates everything else. Everyone hates everything else way more than they used to. Think of all the MLM moms.
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh my god. Okay, that actually kind of leads into the other angle, though I didn't think about that on Facebook, but it's true. Like all of your side hustle moms, basically, the ones who are trying to sell makeup, or they've gotten into whatever company's affiliate sales program, or maybe you guys don't know this one yet, but your friends who will eventually sign up to be quote-unquote travel agents or something like that, where all they're doing is setting up a site that basically sells some other site's product. Yeah.
The drop shipping, but for services instead of plastic junk.
Yeah, it's freakishly common as your friends get older. Just trust me. Okay. Anyway, yeah, all of these things are going to get amplified on Facebook because that's what these people will be told to do. They will hear that they can get more attention, more visibility on Facebook, so they'll pay their $12 a month thinking it'll make a difference. It won't. And after a couple of months, they'll give up on it. But in the meantime, Facebook just scooped that money off of them. Okay, so regarding Instagram, I see this kind of... I'm thinking of this from the other side of it. Because, like Facebook, yes, there are people who obviously make money being on Facebook, but let's be honest, it's not that successful. Facebook is not very brand friendly. It's kind of good for like news organizations to get clicks, but it's not very good for anybody else. Unless you're into Facebook video, which apparently there's a lot of money in that if you play the angles right, but whatever. Instagram is kind of that other place where a lot of brands do very, very well. And because of the brand deals that get worked out, you know, like your makeup influencers and like travel influencers, those types, they get tons of money off of views, and especially if they get engagement. What I feel like is going to happen now is every single one of them, if they want to keep their business alive, they're going to have to pay for this. And anyone who would think about doing a brand deal, they're not going to do it with anyone who doesn't pay for verification. So I think those brand influencers are going to be the guaranteed customer base for this. So much so that I sort of suspect they are going to grossly outposition a lot of real brands that probably don't care to pay for this, and it's going to completely obliterate the concept of regular people posting to Instagram. There will be nothing left of them. They will be gone. You would probably have to scroll your feed for hours to get to more than a couple of them. And so yeah, I would argue Instagram is going to become even like 10 times more insufferable than Facebook because it is purely brand positioning.
Yeah.
Which, again, are you going to stay? Like, as a user, who stays for this? It is literally going to be pure commercials.
And it is frustrating because after Twitter, like, I would like to use at least one, like, major, social something, in addition to Mastodon, because obviously not everyone uses Mastodon. But, like, all of them are just so intolerable. Like, I tried using Facebook for a little bit, and I'm like, how does anyone deal with this? This is really bad. I don't see where any of my friends' posts are. All I see is these 5-minute craft videos that it wants me to watch. It's really not good. Hoopy said, my sister's in multiple MLMs and recently had a child. All my social feeds were hell until I muted her. Oh, no.
I will I can plainly say on Facebook, about half of my friends list is muted. Maybe more. Because it came down to they were all either... they all had kids and were sharing endless photos, or they were spewing weird political garbage. And yeah, once I muted basically half my friends list, it became fairly good for a while. Except then Facebook got much, much, much more pushy with ads. And so, yeah, there was just no point just sticking around. Plus, I just want to give them absolutely nothing. Just zero money.
Yeah.
But yeah, so
yeah, I mean, and Instagram is definitely a bit of a different equation, because I believe they did roll back some of the shopping stuff they had in there, but Instagram is still so commercialized, like, so to the point where, like, you still, correct me if I'm wrong, you still can't have a link in your bio.
Oh, well, you can have a link in your bio. That's
yes,
you
but
cannot put a link on your posts.
You're right.
Unless,
but unless you're making an ad unit, then you can have a link in there, buddy. You have fun.
Well, unless it's an ad unit or it links to a shopping thing, which not necessarily an Instagram shopping thing. It can be outside stores, which is really a very weird system. And I think you could also have a link in certain types of stories. Yeah, I think it's in stories you can have a link there too, or something like that. So there were weird little exceptions, but they wouldn't let you put a link into a regular FB post, which was dumb. So yeah, Instagram, I still think it's just one of those, like, worst user interface situations ever. Anyway, and
I might try Facebook again at some point. I don't know.
Don't.
I know it's bad.
But yeah, I just don't see a good outcome for either of these networks if they do this. It will drive away a lot of people. As it is, if I go to Instagram now, I'm not going to, but if I do, I bet almost everything I see is going to be verified accounts, A, and B, even more than verified accounts, it's going to be specifically brand accounts. That's what it was that I saw all the time. And the rest is going to be ads. And it's been that way. I do follow other accounts, but their stuff doesn't get surfaced much. So, I got bored of going to Instagram because, admittedly, I liked going there and seeing... I will freely admit I like going there and seeing the Insta360 and One Wheel accounts, because honestly they did some pretty good videos. But outside of those, I didn't want to go there and see just nonstop ads for stuff I didn't care about, and and the very occasional post that would leak through from one of the verified people who, cheers, I like what they're doing, but it's not worth it for having to see all the other garbage that just gets funneled through. And, you know, it became too much like what Twitter has become, which is, like, you open your feed, you see 6 ads, and then you see 1 tweet from someone you actually follow. Then you see 5 tweets from other people that are recommended to you, you've never followed. Chances are you even have 1 or 2 of them muted or even blocked. But somehow they're just now getting through. And it just keeps going. Like, you do not see the things you're there for, you see everything else that's in the way. Hoopy, you're forgetting a huge proportion of sponsored posts front-loaded with memes and animal pics to trick you into swiping.
Yeah, they are. The Reddit ads are really good at that. The brands are learning. Like, I've seen a few Reddit ads that are like disguised as a like a thread asking a question, which is really clever.
Yeah.
Like, some of them are shockingly good at that. But I don't know. I guess it's less annoying than like just a normal, like, I don't know if it's less annoying or not than like seeing another truck ad on my feed that's just like a truck ad. I don't know.
Yeah, and Twitter, of course, the ad units that are made to look like they're attached images, but they're not actually attached images. Yeah. Yeah. It took a couple of missteps before I realized, oh, that's what they look like. Okay, avoid.
Yeah. All this is also very tied into the advertising industry, which also seems like there will be a reckoning at some point, because it also, a lot of it does like border on money laundering. Like, there's no way half these ad units are as valuable as anyone makes them out to be, but we need to keep the system going. So, you know, fun things to think about when it's really fun. Doesn't make me at all worried.
Well, I have a feeling a lot of those ad units probably aren't costing them that much. Those become the filler ad units that they show you when they've run out of anything else that's worth more.
Yeah, I just mean the online advertising feels a little bit like a too big to fail situation again. You're like, oh no.
Well, too big to fail, but also fortunately, it is failing in a way that it's allowed to fail. It's just becoming like, less valuable, and it's never going to fail completely because there will always still be demand for ads, but the value is tumbling, which is good and bad both. I mean, this is certainly hurting websites that rely on it and in many cases are actually respectful members of the internet, but it's also obviously, you know, we also want to see it fail to some extent because advertising has become so miserably bad. I mean, on the plus side, we don't have ad jacking happening anymore, so that's, you know, that's kind of out, but
that's good. Yeah.
But on the other hand, like the quality and content of the ads is just so cringy.
On the other hand, I cannot escape the advertising for the stupid fucking Harry Potter game. On anything. Like I was seeing that everywhere, and also Microsoft kept putting a little block for that on my Xbox home screen, and that's when I learned that the Xbox home screen isn't actually that customizable. I was like, I see. Which, granted, same exact thing as like Steam showing me pop-ups for new games every time I open Steam. But it doesn't make it good.
Okay, I agree with that, but I feel like there is a very clear difference when they show you a pop-up and say, here's an ad, or look at the new game. Like, that is different from, here's your home screen, and in the first spot is the thing that we want to show you. We want you to reflexively hit a button and go into that by accident. Like that is a clear difference to me.
Yeah.
And it is definitely more offensive. Sort of like I was actually pretty bothered by this one. Google TV, one of the changes they made is somewhere in the carousel rotation, if you do not, if that is in kind of a featured position in your home screen and your cursor's in the right spot, the carousel at a certain point can take over your whole screen and play the like trailer or preview for some content in your carousel. And it's always a specific thing. Usually something Apple TV paid for, in my experience, seems to be the most common one, though I've seen a couple of others. And yeah, not a fan. Hardcore not a fan. Even though I think almost everything that they have shown those ads for, it's actually something I probably would even kind of be into seeing. I do not appreciate the take over my screen BS.
Yeah, not a fan of where all this is going, but it's been bad for a while, just in different ways.
Yeah. Well, and unfortunately, I don't feel like we're not gonna see better until things get much worse. I think we've got a long way to fall, but fortunately, part of that fall likely means the end of Facebook and Instagram. So, you know, there could be worse things.
We can be hope.
Huh?
We can be hope. Wow, my brain just stopped.
Wait, just now?
Yeah, I need food. I'm probably gonna go now.
Yeah, of course you would. And you're not even gonna stick around to dunk on the Supreme Court.
No. I'll dunk on them for things I understand fully the ramifications of.
The funny thing is, this is actually them admitting that they don't know what the hell they're doing. So
Nice.
It's actually an easy dunk. But if you want to leave, I get it.
Yeah, probably should. Okay. Well, goodbye, everyone. I'll come back another time.
Yes, you will.
Goodbye.
Take it easy and good night. Okay. I, however, am not leaving right away. So let's make fun of. Oh wait. Arguably, no. Yeah, let's go to Supreme Court first. Let's see. Get my windows lined up. Hey, David, how's it going? Let's see. Which actually earlier I didn't get around to saying it, but hello to Austin and Hoopy and Carson and Kirby. Pretty much all the regulars showing up tonight. So yeah, we gotta talk about the Supreme Court because of course the thing has come that we all knew was coming. They're going to talk about Section 230. They're getting deep into they're gonna try to break the internet, but they're trying to pretend that they don't want to try to break the internet. Actually, I'm fairly confident some of them actually genuinely don't want to break it, but clearly a few of them they're open to it. They're open to trying. But the article, which thanks to, I believe Austin, correct me if I'm wrong, double checking. Yeah, Austin linked to this. And I saw it mentioned elsewhere. I just totally forgot to dig into it until just a little bit ago. Anyway, Apple Insider's article, they have a weirdly perfect title for this. Supreme Court admits they're not the best choice to decide the future of the internet. Hoopy, I'm hoping, quote, we don't know what we're doing translates to we're going to do what lobbyists tell us to, which absolutely has to be a ton of big internet companies. You know, it's funny because I think that could almost end up being where it's going. Though not directly, which is possibly good. Anyway, so for those that don't know, and I'm going to TLDR the living crap out of this. Both Google and Twitter are being sued. Both of them having to do with, they basically showed terrorist propaganda content to users, and that content basically appeared in kind of the recommended stuff. And so both companies are being sued by respective people, or people involved in those particular cases. And the cases against them, ironically, are actually not that bad, logically speaking. But having seen what's being said in the case against YouTube, fortunately, the lawyers for the plaintiff, or the lawyer for the plaintiff, is a fucking idiot. So, but we'll get to that momentarily. Anyway, this specific thing, apparently we're already getting some comments from the Supreme Court justices, in particular, Justice Elena Kagan, who basically acknowledged, yeah, this isn't really something that we know a lot about, so they're not the best ones to discuss it, or to rule on this. Hoopy saying, what actually is the best possible outcome here? Okay, actually, let me come back to that. I'll read a bit into this because I think that fits in with kind of the second or third part of this story. So, to quote Justice Kagan, every other industry has to internalize the cost of misconduct. Why is it that the tech industry gets a pass? Then goes on to say, on the other hand, I mean, we're a court, we don't really know about these things. These are not like the 9 greatest experts on the internet. Let's see, and I think it was 2 lines down. Wait, no, maybe it wasn't. Okay, no. I thought I saw one other quote in here from her that was good. But maybe not. Anyway. Oh, okay, yeah. That line, which I'll come back to in a moment. But it's funny because Justice Kagan basically said the thing that everyone has been saying for ages. The Supreme Court in particular, but politicians in general, are generally dumb about the things that they're making laws about, the things that they're ruling on, the things that they have power over. A lot of times they understand so poorly that anyone who has even a rudimentary understanding of the thing can basically tell you, no, you're an idiot, you shouldn't talk about this. Now, of course, in this instance, she's actually the smart person who's saying, no, we're not educated enough on this. We shouldn't be the ones ruling on it. And all I can say is that there's a meme that covers this so fundamentally perfectly that it just needs to sit on screen for a minute while we enjoy how dead on accurate it is. So anyway, now regarding this, I have to say, I'm glad at least a few of them, and she's not the only one. Actually, Kavanaugh apparently made a comment, is sort of aligning with the point that they're not really in the position to know what's best. They can try to come up with something that is going to be helpful and acknowledge what the laws are, but they aren't necessarily going to be able to come up with something that is going to make the internet better. And so they're being that is the task that they've actually been given, and if they can't do it, should they be trying? Which, of course, one might also argue that's literally not the purpose of the Supreme Court. Their purpose is to interpret the laws and issue judgments based on that, not try to make things better than what the laws already dictate. Obviously, we could be arguing that semantic for a while. Nevertheless, so I find it somewhat refreshing that we at least have a few people who can acknowledge for once that maybe they should be asking somebody a little bit more versed on this stuff and not trying to make it up on their own. Okay, so I guess I was gonna kind of hit this in a different order, but to go back to what Hoopy said, what actually is the best possible outcome here? Section 230 stands, but with the understanding that algorithms and recommendations count as endorsement. So this circles back to a quote from Kagan that said, every time anyone looks at anything on the internet, there is an algorithm involved, whether it's a Google search engine or whether it's this YouTube site. And that's exactly it. It doesn't matter what it is that you're looking at. Somewhere in there, somebody wrote an algorithm. And it doesn't have to be anything advanced. You could literally just say, here's a list of things alphabetically. All we did was alphabetize the list. And we're just giving you a thing that starts with A or a number. And lo and behold, that's an algorithm. Do you punish a company if they just happen to return a list to you in alphabetical order? That is an algorithm, by definition. If it just so happens that a terrorist is out there and decides to promote their stuff using a string of the letter A, what are you going to do about that? Like, do you declare that the company was still providing you propaganda on purpose? Not really. It wouldn't make sense, and I'm pretty sure the Supreme Court would laugh you out of the submission line if you even tried bringing something stupid like that to them. But to be fair, every other court would laugh at you too. Anyway, what is best here? I'm not really I'm not in a great position to answer this, but I do think that there's probably going to be a point of in the end, I think this is going to come down to the Supreme Court leaving Section 230 as much alone as they can and dictating that the violations of Section 230 have to be intentional. And by that, what I mean is Section 230 already dictates that you have a legal obligation to try to filter out any illegal content. Obviously, YouTube failed to do that because it didn't remove some propaganda, or terrorist propaganda specifically. As such, obviously, no one's even accusing Google of being intentional about that. They just didn't catch everything. It's not their fault that they left it up. It's just try to do better next time, basically. And then there's the question of the algorithm, where yes, Google's algorithm showed some content to someone who unfortunately was susceptible to the message in that content, and as a result, it went south. When you compare this against intentionality, Google did not intentionally try to, I mean to say YouTube in all these instances. YouTube did not intentionally go out of its way to try to show you terrorist propaganda. Like, that was not an intentional thing. It was a thing that needs to be fixed, and I think very safely we can assume that they did try to fix it or have fixed it. But yeah, it's something that will have to get better with time. No one gets it right the first time necessarily. And I think Section 230 will ultimately, I think the best thing for it is to hold to the idea that you have to be intentional about the things that you're doing in order for them to be treated as violations. Which will also factor into the moderation rules and how people are trying to interpret, or rather intentionally misinterpret, what 230 means with regards to moderation. Because if you ask a lot of the really extreme, we'll use the word conservative views, their take on this is that Section 230 is there to protect them being able to do any horrible thing that they want to any other person, but then yelling and screaming if someone does it back to them. So, you know, normal complaints. But I think it will become largely defensible that if your form of moderation in Section 230 is to eliminate harassment, if what you're there for, or if what you're doing is trying to maintain a healthy conversation kind of thing, I have a feeling that Section 230 will be deemed non-violatable as long as it is basically a well-intentioned thing and you follow well-defined guidelines. But we'll see, because obviously that is going to piss off a lot of right-wingers, and if anything, that's not going to go super well for them and anyone who's stuck listening to them. The other possibility is obviously that the sky is falling and the internet is actually going to get broken, because the justices could do any number of things here. They could deem that 230 is unconstitutional. I'm sure there are ways they can make up to come up with that end result. I wouldn't be surprised if they decide to just lop off parts of 230, deeming them as either unenforceable or unconstitutional. We'll see. There's so many angles to this, it's hard to predict. What will actually be best? I don't think we can even necessarily know what's going to be best, because in some cases tearing things down and building them back up might be the best result. But there will be a lot of bad things that happen in the course of tearing things down, and the build back up may not actually happen for a while, even if the end result might be better. And yeah, to Hoopy's further point on algorithms and recommendations counting as endorsement, I mean, I think, I don't know that endorsement was actually one of the words that they specifically have in the law, and so that might factor, or I don't want to try to nitpick that definition, but I think ultimately a lot of it's going to come down to can the intentionality be shown. If it can't be shown, then it's probably going to end up being protected by basically I hate to say it this way, but act of God rules. Sometimes the numbers, like the magical numbers, line up and the wrong thing happens, and it happens in a very catastrophic way. I wouldn't be surprised if that ultimately becomes kind of the answer to this. But we'll see. Curvy, yes, they very much do believe that, and look, I'm going to say something which, stick with me as I say this. Stick with me, because it's going to turn around in a second. But the fact of the matter is, the algorithms are rigged against them. I know, it's crazy. Why? How dare I say this? It's because they're doing the things that the algorithms were programmed to say, no, that's bad, we don't want to allow that. If the algorithm has been trained to try to limit harassment, shocking, maybe people who are into harassing other people are going to be the target of those algorithms. And if people are spreading known misinformation and an algorithm has been created that's, looks for certain types of misinformation, oh my God, people who are spreading lots of misinformation of that kind might be the target of those algorithms. They might be getting deplatformed to some extent, or minimized, or silenced. Oh my God, it happened the way it was intended. So yeah, certain algorithms are rigged against them. Oh my God, it's so terrible. Yeah. F those guys. Anyway, yeah, so look, they're not entirely wrong. They're just wrong about the reasons. Kirby, yeah, I know. Twitter's the exception because Twitter is literally working opposite. It is insanity over there. But hey, that's also why I haven't loaded Twitter in, I don't know, 2 weeks. Well, I suppose I followed 1 or 2 links there, but yeah, I've even been trying to actively avoid following Twitter links at this point. It's not so much that I'm like copying Twitter links off of other places and pasting them into Discord so I can see like previews shown there. But honestly, if I could, I would probably start doing that. Well, if it was worth the time, I would probably consider doing that. I don't want them getting my views. Let's see, Hoopy. I don't know if it's the best, but the funniest outcome is companies having to be more strict on the bad content and inadvertently getting themselves shunned from the algorithm even more. Ours getting... yeah. Sorry. Right. The Republicans end up getting themselves shut out even more. Well, and that's exactly what everyone said would happen if Section 230 were to be repealed like they were asking. All the things that they wanted to make illegal, it would basically hit them like 10 times over. They would not be allowed to post at large. And that's the whole thing. They yell for freedom of speech, but with rules. Well, the rules for freedom of speech would pretty much outlaw everything that they are doing, which is exactly what hurts them. But hey, it is what it is. So I also think it's worth noting the colossal stupidity of the lawyer who is basically who is going against Google. Let's see. What was the name? I'm skimming this page. Where was he? Oh, Schnapper. Yes. Or Schnapper? I don't know. But this guy, Schnapper. I can't decide which one is funnier to me because Schnapper just sounds awesome in the bad way. Schnapper kind of reminds me of like schnapps, alcohol, which, let's be honest, I feel like this guy's been drinking something. So let's see. He has some just unbelievably stupid comments in here. Yeah, let's see. So, okay, on the topic of YouTube thumbnails. Let's see. So, all right, I'll just read this section. The hearing also dwelt on the issue of the thumbnail images that YouTube displays as posters for videos. Quoting Schnapper, they are intended to encourage the viewer to click on them and go see a video. It's the use of algorithms to generate these thumbnails that's an issue, and the thumbnails in turn involve content created by the defendant. Now, to paraphrase that into words that actually are words, he's basically complaining that YouTube generates thumbnails for videos, which, yes, it does do that, but it mostly lets the uploader upload their own thumbnails. So this inherently is just an already false argument. Though it's majority false. It's not entirely false, but it's false enough. But yeah, this guy is attributing overall the majority of thumbnails to the YouTube algorithm, and it's just wrong. Funny enough, also, it's been pretty widely shown that in the vast majority of cases, if someone is uploading a thumbnail, it algorithmically outperforms what YouTube picks like 9 out of 10 times. There's rare exceptions where YouTube has shown thumbnails that are more effective, but it's so uncommon. Anyway, goes on to say, so the argument is partly that it is YouTube that makes the poster thumbnails, not the uploader or content creator. At this point, the article specifies if a YouTuber does not provide their own poster image, YouTube takes a frame from the video. And yes, that part is accurate. Though most YouTubers upload a thumbnail. Anyway, Schnapper appeared to further argue that the choice of which video's thumbnail poster is shown to a user is part of the case. Which, by the way, was, to my understanding, never mentioned before it reached the Supreme Court. This guy decided to now make the thumbnail a case. The Supreme Court justices were not convinced, with Justice Kagan commenting that the videos show are, quote, based upon what the algorithm suggests the user is interested in, end quote. Schnapper's an idiot. He literally doesn't know how this works, but he's making it up because he wants to try to make up more stuff about what YouTube supposedly does. Let's see. I think there was one other stupid Schnapper quote. Let's see. There was... I just saw his name pop up for a second. Speaking on behalf of the Gonzalez suit, Eric Schnapper said that YouTube's algorithms direct users to certain videos, and the underlying substantive claim is encouraging people to go look at ISIS videos would be aiding and abetting ISIS, he said. Yeah. So, I'm sorry, but that's an effort. That's a stretch. The thing is, I think these guys had a decent case against YouTube. They could have very strongly made the case that basically this has to be a thing you get perfect. You cannot make a mistake on showing terrorist propaganda. But instead, he's going after the, like, hey, no, YouTube's scary because their algorithm comes up with a better thumbnail than what the video uploader came up with. Really? That's your argument? Dude, no one's gonna buy your shit. So look, don't get me wrong, as Hoopy, I believe, I'll read it, but I have a feeling I know what you're saying here. Hoopy says, I am scared the Supreme Court will blanket rule that algorithms are speech and endorsement, but on behalf of the user, not the developers. Oh, that... Wait, what? Part of me isn't quite sure how you mean that. What I thought you were going to say is that the Supreme Court just blindly is going to rule against YouTube and basically declare that any sort of recommendation is inherent support by the company and thus makes them liable. Which, yeah, that would be my biggest fear in this, because I think that is the ultimate worst end result, because it will basically nullify Section 230 in its entirety, at least in practical terms. Um, let's see. Quote, it's custom to the user, so the algorithm is saying the user wants ISIS videos, not that YouTube is recommending ISIS videos. Therefore, companies are not liable to what algorithms say. Oh, so what you're... Okay, so what you're saying is you're worried that... Oh, okay. So in other words, if somebody is recommended, or someone gets the recommendation for, let's say, an ISIS video, that inherently is implying that they are guilty of wanting ISIS videos. Even if they don't, even if they weren't looking for it, the algorithm read into their personalities, determined that they want ISIS videos, which would make them liable for being recommended something. Is that what you're getting at? Because if that is some weird Minority Report stuff that would be hilarious, because it is so ridiculous. But it's also, I could also absolutely see them accidentally ruling that way. And I kind of want them to, just because it would go such a long way in proving that the Supreme Court should not be holding this hearing at all. Let's see. All right. All right. So Justice Kagan took that point further and raised whether the fact that, quote, everything involves ways of organizing and prioritizing material mean the plaintiff's case sends us down a road such that 230 really can't mean anything at all. And yeah, that was the point I was making earlier, where you could literally have an alphabetical sorting, and that inherently is an algorithm. That is inherently choosing which thing gets shown first, and could imply endorsement. Okay, Hoopy. Not the user's implication of guilt, but that YouTube isn't the one that recommended the video. The user customized algorithm recommended it for that specific user, so it's the user's fault, not YouTube. Which is to say, giving companies blanket amnesty for what algorithms display as long as they can justify that the algorithm is just an extension of the user's free speech. Yeah, okay, I could see that being a very messy road. I'm curious why... Okay, you said you were scared of this outcome. I'm trying to picture what bad thing happens as a result of this. I haven't come up with it yet, but I can certainly see there being scenarios of something bad. But it also... Okay, but if you can, as a user, determine that you want a certain thing to appear, and there is any sort of algorithmically generated content for other people to see, then you, as long as you can trick a thing into producing that, it would become free speech on the behalf of the user, but it wouldn't be the user's fault. I am thinking of a weird legal avenue where you could effectively, literally say anything, it would be defended as legal, and there would be no one possibly held accountable. And when I say anything, you could literally say anything, no matter how illegal it would be if it came out of your mouth, but as long as you can get a system to generate it, it would become legal. That would actually be a really twisted way to use that ruling. And I know you're talking about companies getting blanket amnesty. I'm thinking about ways that users could get blanket amnesty, which is equally scary. Let's see. You say, I don't think it's likely, but a ruling that this isn't YouTube's fault, that the user was already interested in this type of video. That doesn't seem unlikely, and then another bad ruling in a lower court based on it. Yeah. So I agree. There needs to be the truly best case scenario is that this gets kind of a middle of the road ruling. Not that YouTube is inherently guilty, but YouTube should probably be held to task to have to do better. You know, sort of like, again, basically I would say the best result is maintain the status quo, but raise the bar for the status quo, so to speak. So, you know, you have to start building in intelligence in the algorithm to at least acknowledge, hey, there are some things that should never appear here no matter what, and try to detect those things properly so that they will just never arrive. But that's obviously a hard thing to do. That's something that they already try to do. They just need to somehow be better than they are, which is a pretty tall order when you think about it. So yeah, I don't know that there's really a perfect answer, but yeah, I would be scared of anything that is reaching further than that very middle of the road place. So going on to the last of Schnapper's dumbass comments, quote, "We're focusing on the recommendation function. That they are affirmatively recommending or suggesting ISIS content. You turn on your computer and the computers at YouTube send you stuff you didn't ask them for." So he's very literally implying you just turn on your computer and holy crap, ISIS. This is why lawyers should not be looked up at automatically. It's kind of like people always say you shouldn't necessarily idolize any particular thing because, hey, there are some bad people in there. Like, you know, you shouldn't just automatically idolize actors because, hey, some of them are pretty sleazy dirtbags. You shouldn't idolize police because, well, I think this crowd knows. You know, to be fair, idolizing firefighters, I guarantee I can introduce you to a couple that aren't that great. And yeah, lawyers, it's not that anyone ever really said lawyers were that great, but at the same time, a lot of people assume that they're smart. Schnapper not smart. Schnapper dumb. But I do love this part that comes right after it. Quote, "I'm afraid I'm completely confused by what argument you're making at the present time," responded Justice Alito. I am not a fan of Alito, but holy crap, he said the exact right thing. Anyway, so I am feeling reasonably good about this situation just based on this, and obviously things are likely to change. This is nowhere near the end of the arguments. They are going to be talking about this for a while, and the debate is going to last for months before they ever even hand down a ruling, most likely. In theory, they could hand down a ruling much quicker, but I suspect they won't. I think they're probably going to take quite a while on this. That said, given the fact that Schnapper's a dumbass and is probably the worst person to ever set foot in a courtroom, even possibly a worse lawyer than Saul Goodman, I'm just gonna say, like, I think YouTube's chances are pretty good at coming out of this okay. As for Section 230 stuff, I still wouldn't put it past a heavily conservative-leaning court to rule very, very unfortunately against 230 in some ways that are harmful. I do have a feeling that somewhere in this we are I don't think they're see, they intentionally took these cases, and the only reason they're going to intentionally take them is if they want to rule on them. The other case, by the way, is about it's with Twitter. I'm not going to paraphrase it. Just go look that one up. I'm of the opinion that they want to rule on this. They want to touch this case. And the bad side of that is that means that they're not just going to punt it back down to a lower court. They're not going to do the thing that Kagan, I think it was Kagan, basically said. Let's see. Okay, so to quote Kagan, and just because of the fact that once we go with you, all of a sudden we're finding that Google isn't protected, and maybe Congress should want that system. But isn't that something for Congress to do, not the court? Which is her basically saying, you guys need to figure this out in Congress. It shouldn't be something coming to us. We should not be the ones making this rule. This should be something decided by Congress. They need to make the law. We don't need to reinterpret the existing law to turn it into something different. And yeah, A, that is entirely true. B, ironically, it's something that Congress is not going to accomplish for the next 2 years. And C, that's how the system's supposed to work. It is supposed to be Congress making the rules. But because of partisan politics and lobbyists, that's never going to happen. Not in a good, meaningful way. Hoopy said, different side of the same coin of YouTube should be filtering, but is that followed by they can't account for user desires or they need to be held to higher standards? I think the need to be held to higher standards is a thing that not should be, but I think it is invariably something that is going to be baked into an augmented Section 230 someday. Because again, the higher standards are technically already there. Section 230 dictates that it is still your obligation as a content hoster that you have to be able to filter out content that doesn't belong. And doesn't belong is defined basically as illegal content or content that is at least pushing the bounds of what is legal. You are obligated to try to get rid of that. And ISIS propaganda, I think it should constitute something that needs to be filtered out. It needs to be limited. So I think the obligation technically is there, but Section 230 basically acknowledges, and rightfully it acknowledges, you're not going to get everything. There are always going to be people who sneak a little bit past you. And I think about a good example that, oh man, I'm using Nextdoor as an example for things. That's never good. But Nextdoor, one of the things that happened very frequently that I witnessed is some very slimy people who are part of a or they support a political group I would consider not healthy. They made a very active effort to recruit people off of Nextdoor who aligned with them to join a Telegram group. And they made a point of not allowing anyone into the Telegram group if they didn't agree with them. And so much so, I'm not kidding. They made it invite only, or well, okay. So what they did, they created 2 Telegram groups, one of which they gave out a number to anyone who clearly was very politically aligned with them. That was the real Telegram group. And then they created a second one, which was we'll give this to everyone else. And that way we can keep out, I believe they probably would have referred to them as the liberal scum. And yeah, so that's what they were doing. And to this day, I have a strong suspicion they probably need to be monitored by the FBI. But that's a separate issue. Yeah, and the reason I bring that up is it raises the question of, could people be doing recruiting efforts on YouTube just enough, like not enough to warrant filtering, but enough that if they can get the right people and they can pick up in the comments, oh, here's someone that fits our mold, then we can then direct them somewhere else. It can still be used for recruiting, but like, no matter how much you hold somebody to higher standards, somebody will find a way to sneak through those standards, or through any rules that are created or any filters that are developed. And so I think that inherently is the challenge and the problem. So, okay, Hoopy, I'm going to read this comment here, and then I'll read what you wrote in Discord, because I think that's the order that these go in. So you said, not impossible, they just want to take it to reaffirm the current understanding of it and make the discussion go away for a decade or so. And then your comment from Discord, what is the legal, quote, speech distinction between searching for ISIS videos in a naive search engine without personalized results and searching for something which could imply ISIS videos in a search engine with personalized results, and you being someone who would likely want those videos? What is a legal speech distinction between those things? I mean, from the searcher's position, I don't think there is. Actually, I don't think that constitutes speech. I don't know. Actually, would a search constitutes free speech? That actually, that actually kind of strikes me as maybe a weird question to this. I've never really thought about it, but does the search constitute free speech? I mean, obviously, if you show it to someone, it's your free speech to show them a search, and that constitutes free speech. But is the search itself free speech prior to you ever actually showing it? Your Discord question doesn't have clear answers, which is where the fear comes from. But yeah, no, obviously, yeah, there are no clear answers to this, but thus the thought experiment. But yeah, searching for ISIS videos is in a naive search engine without personalized results versus searching for something which could get you there and it's personalized. What is a distinction? I mean, one way or the other, again, I would argue the distinction, at least from the provider of the search in this context. Actually, the distinction largely comes down to the provider of the search is not actually... oh god, another thing just occurred to me. Okay, I'll come back to that in a second, but logically, the distinction in this case is, I think, largely that there is... The only distinction is that one of which is a company trying to give you something that fits a thing, whereas in the other case, it depends on how naive the search engine is, but fundamentally, if it works like most search engines and it's presumably not personalized, then at that point it's basically just going to give you a keyword search, and that's about it. If it's personalized to even the smallest degree, then that could arguably change things, but I don't know. The next thing you said is, I think the odds the court both rules on this question and rules that there isn't a difference, and that means personalization algorithms get to be counted as a user's speech, is very unlikely. I would have to sit down and parse that sentence a couple times, I think. So I had... I need to reform this thought a little bit. But... Oh, what? It had something to do with search is what? I shouldn't have left for a second because I had a good, clear image of what this means. But now I don't remember what it is. But... Oh, yeah. No, okay, I remember. As in a weird way, I wonder if YouTube could argue, and this is a weird meta argument that really struggles with things, and it could get really messy. But YouTube could argue, and this is kind of along what you're saying, but a little bit of a different twist on it. But they could argue that the recommendation engine is nothing more than an automated search. So the fact that anything was recommended to you at all is an act of you searching. You didn't click a button, you didn't type in a phrase or anything, but it was your automatic act by reaching the end of the video or looking at your recommendations. You were effectively doing a search. And therefore, the recommendations are not YouTube's delivery of a thing, but rather the user's providing for the user an automated step that does a search for them based on the thing that they just watched. At which point, it does become quite literally an argument that the user searched Google or YouTube or whatever, and these were the videos that were returned. Which, yeah, becomes a spin inherently implying that if Google can't, if YouTube can be blamed for the user performing a search, then any search, no matter what, becomes the fault of the place being searched, not the user typing in the search. Which no one can rule that, because that would be a ridiculous abuse of a free speech clause. Let's see, Hoopy. You can further make this distinction interesting by adding on-device versus in-cloud search. I suppose. 3 assumptions. Number 1, the Supreme Court actually addresses this. They will. I'm not going to assume how much they address this, but I'm going to make the prediction very firmly. I do not think that this goes without the Supreme Court coming up with some kind of verdict somehow. No statement of how strong it's going to be. No assumptions about whether or not it even has a real effect. They could quite literally say, they could just uphold 230 and say that the merits of this particular case don't warrant a change, and therefore we're not making any changes, or we're not ruling on the implications here, we're just ruling on this case in particular. They could do that, but I do not believe for a second that they are going to kick this to a lower court. At least not without having some sort of impact on it. I mean, they could technically also rule on Section 230 itself and then kick the case back to a lower court to be judged at that level with the augmented Section 230. That's actually something that they could do, but I kind of doubt that that's going to happen too. But I do believe, without question, I think the Supreme Court is going to do something. Because again, they asked for this case. They wanted to take this. They made it clear that this was something they wanted to take. So I think there is going to be some kind of result here. Number 2, user specific, or number 2 of the assumptions that you posted. User specific recommendations are done so as extensions of the user, not the company. Yeah, I think that's the thing is, I think that is YouTube's best defense. Because it puts the onus on them. Not that the problem with that though is it actually doesn't, if you think about the merits of what YouTube is being accused of, that doesn't actually necessarily protect them. Because it can also be argued that because YouTube gave them the thing that they were asking for, it is still YouTube's fault for providing it. That is actually a viable argument in that case. Not that the problem isn't that YouTube hosted it, it's that when somebody searched for the thing, YouTube was like, "Oh, you want propaganda videos? Here you go. Sure, we'll provide that." At which point, it doesn't necessarily activate guilt, but it also doesn't imply innocence, because it'd be sort of like, I know that this is such a weird, dumb comparison, but it'd be sort of like a drug dealer coming along and saying, "Oh, would you like some meth? Yeah, okay, here. You asked for it, so I will sell it to you, no problem." That. I mean, it's not exactly a defense when you do an illegal thing, and it's only because the customer wants it. You as the seller also have to be accountable when you do the illegal thing that the customer asked for. So yeah, I'm not sure that they're gonna get a pass on that basis. The third assumption, because algorithmic recommendations are extensions of the user, not the company, they aren't the responsibility of the company to police beyond blatantly illegal content they shouldn't be hosting regardless. And yeah, that's, I kind of hit that point earlier, but yeah. I think no matter what, the message that is going to be stated unequivocally, yeah. I think the message that will happen here is, no matter what, YouTube has to be more careful in the future. All three would, yeah, no, and I get that. All three of those assumptions have to be held together for what your concern is. I don't know that I see that as the worst case scenario, though. The problem, obviously, yes, I agree. It would give companies carte blanche to be worse, not better. It would take away any obligation they have to try to do anything to improve things. So yes, I agree. That is a problem. I don't think it's the worst possible outcome, but I do think it would be a bad outcome. Especially because that particular precedent, which is a really, really narrow precedent, but that particular precedent could be used and abused in other ways. Just for example, what if Amazon decides that, or not decides, but what if the Amazon algorithm recognizes, oh, hey, you seem like you might be interested in, I don't know, cooking meth. Hey, we'll just conveniently provide or recommend all the ingredients you need. And yeah, just load them up in your cart and one click buy your way into cooking whatever you like. Now, obviously, that's ridiculous. I'm making fun of it, but... And I'm pretty sure it's impossible. I don't think you can get certain ingredients from Amazon. And I'm not going to go looking because... Yikes. But yeah, there is definitely a possibility there. Let's see, you say there's two absolute bad outcomes. One, where social media is die. And one where Facebook goes, oh, cool, we don't need moderators for search anymore. Yeah. I agree. By the way, I want to emphasize a point that, and I know you understand this, but I think it needs to be said just very, very clearly. You say the absolute worst outcomes are social media dies. Consider what social media means in this context. It's not just YouTube and Twitter and Facebook. It is Letterboxd. It is IMDb. It is XDA forums. It is anywhere. Literally anywhere that people can post anything, and it is not directly controlled by somebody going through. That is what all of this implies. Do you care about being able to read reviews on the Play Store about apps? That's user submitted content. Do you care about Minecraft mods that just so happen to have anything at all in them? That's user created content. It would become potentially dangerous under section if section 230 gets swallowed up. Oh god. GitHub. Open source. Open source in any form that is posted not on someone's own server. It would become user-generated content, all of which could become a target if Section 230 were to basically be thrown away. It's literally not just social media. It is everything that goes outside of basically like a company decides here's a thing it wants to post that belongs to it or was created by somebody there at the company. That stuff is protected as free speech, of course, and they can post that stuff and they have to moderate it and determine that it's not illegal. After that, anything they want to post that is generated by somebody else, they have to have somebody consider it before it is ever posted. That is what would happen if Section 230 goes away. Hoopy, well, I don't know if you wrote that before I said it or not, but yeah, I mean, app stores. I mentioned the review process, or sorry, like leaving consumer reviews. Technically, there's also whether or not apps can go on the App Store. But to be fair, Apple has always curated apps not very well. I mean, we know very famously Apple is very bad at curating apps. Like they have failed miserably at catching things that they probably should have caught the first time through. But Google now does it too. Every app in the Play Store, at least from a certain point forward, has been at least checked out through some automated means, and I think a person now has to check them. Google has been a little bit wish-washy about their answers here, but you know, we'll see how that goes. What in the... Oh, jeez. Oh, wow. Sorry, I just saw an email appear on my phone. I will link to it in Discord later. I promise. But I'm not going to talk about it right now. Let's see. Hoopy. App curation will go from lip service to justify a monopoly to a thing they have to actually do. Yes. Agreed. 100% agreed. Anyone who wants to run an app store will actually have to check every app and look within reason for anything that could be illegal or held, or that they could be held accountable for. It is, I think, very notable that a lot of companies are already kind of held to this standard when it comes to this, because remember, they do create contracts with the people who are submitting an app. They are considered business partners, so it already goes beyond it goes beyond Section 230. And I believe Section 230 might not even apply to most of the app stores. Hoopy, honestly, killing Section 230 as we know it is probably overall a bad thing. Well, if it's not clear, I agree on this. But I wouldn't mind seeing a bit of a return to a less centralized internet. Okay, I'm not sure you intended this to go there, but I'm gonna call out the scariest thing possible. I cannot imagine a thing that would more quickly create an even more centralized internet. Because no one will have the resources to moderate except for the companies that are already giants. And when I say moderate, I'm still not predicting that they would have open season, post anything you want. But I do think that they would reach the point of kind of a guess what? If you want anything to get out there, you have to go through us. They will create stricter, tighter limits. They will be able to... there will be no new forward movement in the internet if this happens. And so the companies are already big. They will get bigger. This will hurt them financially, yes. But it will lock out new companies from ever having a chance to climb to those ranks. So yeah, I think if the worst possible version of this happens, I see no version of this where it doesn't become absolutely... Oh wait, okay, I did just think of one good thing. But yeah, I don't see any version of this where it goes well for the internet if Section 230 is just completely eradicated. On the plus side, the 15-year-old completely out-of-date Stack Overflow answers that always seem to show up in my search results no matter what, even if I'm searching for languages that are not even old enough to have had results that old, at least those will be gone. That's kind of neat. Just saying. Let's see. I just mean, you know who won't have a post 230 problem? Mastodon. Yeah, I will. Mastodon will absolutely have a problem. In fact, depending on how you decide to implement it, Mastodon has a bigger problem than anybody. This is funny, but it's true. So, with the way that Mastodon works, for 1 second, let's talk about a single instance. For a single instance, you're presuming that whoever owns that instance or server, whichever word you prefer, you're presuming that someone is going to moderate that. And moderation in a post 230 world would basically mean that you have to pre-moderate everything and authorize it before it goes live. The thing about Mastodon is it's federated. So you could be a moderator for a server, and you can control everything that happens on your server. But if you're federated, you don't control what happens on the other servers. So if someone posts something on another server, it then, and let's say their moderator isn't very good, or they are the moderator and decide that they just are totally super cool with posting whatever. If someone happens to follow that person, then the content from their instance will come over and appear in the global feed on your instance, which means you are now hosting a thing that you did not moderate, which means that in post 230 you can be held liable for the thing if it happens to be illegal. Mastodon would actually be an automated system to ensure that you wouldn't have an opportunity to not host something. Hoopy, is your instance server the provider publisher? In that case, then it becomes one, yes, because that content that comes from the other server gets copied to you. That's how the federation works. All the things that are federated are copied across between servers. So all the things that happen somewhere else get copied to you, and you then provide that to your users. So yes, you become the provider publisher of a thing that you didn't get to check. And that's literally the implementation of this thing. Mastodon would become one of the worst offenders of this unintentionally. And so yeah, that's how this works. Mastodon would immediately crumble under 230, at least within the US. Outside of the US, totally different story. And to be fair, if you are running a Mastodon server where you are the only user, or at least people you trust not to sue you are the only users, you could obviously do this yourself inside the US. But yeah, this would be disastrous in numerous ways. Let's see. David Lama, I would like to see how quick 4chan goes post 230. Look, I'm just going to predict 4chan would have to... 4chan would... actually, I'm just going to... Does anyone know where 4chan is located? Because I have honestly, I have a very real feeling 4chan is already not located in the US. Because remember, this is already a US thing. The Supreme Court doesn't get to control how the laws work outside of the US. So, well, Supreme Court plus anything else. If 4chan is already located somewhere else, they're fine. The most that might happen is the US might start talking about banning certain sites, but I don't think they're going to go that far. Which, by the way, that also is the reality of a lot of this. Most companies will just move all their stuff outside of the US. They will have to, in some cases, not operate inside the US, or they'll have to create like shell companies and partition things out. But there's legal ways that they could still keep operating this stuff. And I want to come back to that in a second, because I think I mentioned it before, but it's one of the workarounds to this whole thing. And also makes large companies larger and small companies incapable of ever coming in. Anyway, Hoopy, at the very least, Mastodon Inc. would survive simply by not being the host of anything. That's true. However, the guy who owns Mastodon Inc. happens to run one of the largest instances, or a couple of the largest instances, whatever. So yeah, he would be in trouble, but Mastodon Inc. itself technically would be fine. Then we go all the way back to PHP BB forums, the old-fashioned way. The only way that works is if you have a moderator who pre-checks every single comment. Otherwise, or, you know, obviously they could allow in other moderators, but yeah, the only way you can do this and make sure that nobody is posting anything illegal is to moderate everything before it gets posted. And by the way, when I say posted in this instance, obviously we're talking about posted for the public, not posted within private where it can be moderated. Hoopy, 4chan would go to EU or Asia pretty quickly, if anything. Exactly. Yeah, they wouldn't stick around. So, what was it? Oh, going outside the country. The trick to this is, and I've kind of theorized this a few times, something like YouTube. YouTube could become just a basic host. Does nothing else. It just hosts videos. Nothing more, nothing less. Google could then create a spin-off company located in, I don't care what country, it doesn't matter. They could locate it in some other country. And that spin-off company, its only purpose is to produce recommendations. And then it produces, I don't know, a browser extension or its own website, whatever. And it still does recommendations. It still just reads the same data. It knows everything. It's the same function as YouTube today, but you go to this site that belongs to a spin-off company located in some other country, and that site provides your recommendations for you. That's it. That's all they have to do. And thus they've worked around the laws. It's not a hard thing to do, and obviously the big problem with something like this is you then need a whole bunch of, like, any company that ever tries to compete, not that anyone can successfully compete with YouTube outside of Pornhub, but yeah, this would make it basically impossible for small companies to compete in anything resembling social media, because they would have to find ways to locate everything outside of the US while still operating in the US, while still doing big business in the US, and so on and so forth. And that's not to say that you need the US for everything, but it is a big part of the money, so it's hard to not target the US. Let's see, Hoopy, I do think there's a debate of federated instances conveying another's content is only a carrier and not a publisher, but that's getting into semantics of a future problem won't happen, or that probably won't happen. Yeah, the carrier thing is questionable, but again, literally a copy is being created and it is being served, so they can certainly make that argument, but I think they would lose. Let's see, Hoopy. Also, laws like DMCA implies hosts don't need to preempt illegal content beyond reasonable means. They just need to take it down in a timely manner. That is... It is true to an extent, but also not, because DMCA basically creates the copyright aspect of this, and DMCA is only for copyright. It does not actually, it doesn't even protect trademark, by the way. Or wait, does it? Actually, DMCA might have been augmented to include trademark. I forget. But when we're talking about illegal content, we can also be talking about things like hate speech, certain types of hate speech. We can be talking about organizing or planning violence against groups or individuals or what have you, or organizing illegal activity. We don't even need to make it about violence. Organizing illegal activity is one of the things that falls into this category. DMCA has nothing to do with that stuff. So DMCA effectively makes it creates a legal buffer in its existence, but it would not protect those other things, and that's where Section 230 comes in. Section 230 is the umbrella that effectively says, hey, you can do this. You can host the stuff unintentionally for a short time, as long as you make the effort to try to take down things that do violate the law. Hoopy, it's YouTube's recommendation specifically here that has them in hot water. Yeah, and that's kind of the issue, is their recommendations pointed somebody to a terrorist group that ultimately ended up, I think that was the bombing in Paris. I could be wrong on that, but I think that was what that specific situation led to. So I mean, it's to me a stretch. I think it's already a bit of a stretch to target YouTube for this, but at the same time, I think there's a good case to be made if it's made right. Not that I'm supporting that. I don't want that to happen. I'm just acknowledging it. A smart lawyer, not the schnops jackass, a smart lawyer, if they made the argument correctly, I think they would actually be able to win this one. He will not. Let's see. Curvy. Off discussion about the guy at Best Buy tried to upsell you to an OLED TV tonight. Like, this TV is going in my office, but I don't need an OLED. Okay? Hoopy, but how will you get perfect contrast ratio when playing the RambleCast in the background while working? Wow, that is so unfortunate, because my backlight is still not even properly lit yet, so, or my background isn't properly lit, so oh wow, I need to fix that, because I even see a lot of fuzzing in this area. I wonder if I can do, actually, can I? Wow, that made it worse? How'd that make it worse? Huh. Yeah, believe me, one of these days, if I could, I would love to actually properly light this office or move to a different spot, and then I could fix the green screen issues permanently. But that would completely tank the contrast ratios anyway. That's the only point I'm making. Not that this is important, but I just noticed YouTube's dashboard is giving me completely wrong information again. It's not important, I won't go into it, but it's just totally screwing up. Anyway, yeah, Corbin was probably right to not stick around for this discussion, because I think we've been on the Supreme Court thing for over an hour now. Anyway, all told, it's funny to me that the Supreme Court, anyone out there is saying that they're not going to buy into people saying the sky is falling. Look, the sky is quite literally on the precipice of falling if the wrong verdict is handed down. And I agree. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't think it's going to happen because, one, the Supreme Court, I doubt, is going to go to the extremes with this. I don't think that they're going to throw out Section 230. Because throwing out Section 230 entirely is idiotic. It is beyond the scope of what they're even being asked to do. And nobody in their right mind should actually be asking for that. And I think no matter how crazy the people who are putting pressure on them, I don't think they're dumb enough to actually go down that road. What I do think is there is still a very real risk that they're going to come up with a ruling that... Okay, so setting aside the absolute worst outcomes, because we all know what those are. The actual, basically near total destruction of everything that we consider to be good about the internet today. Setting those aside, because we should, I think we can safely assume that's not going to happen. What I worry about is the couple of versions where I think they might take this. So one of them is, I agree with your take. What you're afraid of, that this may become, that they may make an excuse that the company is just serving what the user asked for effectively. Therefore, the company cannot be deemed, or their recommendations cannot be deemed to be bad. Therefore, they don't need to moderate or even try. I agree that is one potentially very terrible outcome, largely because, people are just going to take advantage of that on Facebook and Twitter. That's where it's going to go the worst. I honestly think YouTube is probably going to remain more diligent in that scenario, because they're going to want to be seen as the good place, which is great. That if they're smart, that's the way they go. Facebook, I think, doesn't care, so they'll allow bad stuff. They'll just try to keep harassment out of it. That's all they're going to care about. And even then, they don't even care about that in certain countries. And then there's Twitter, which, let's be honest, Elon Musk just wants to see free speech so that he can fire the last of the moderators. He doesn't care what gets said on there. He just wanted to own Twitter so he could stop people from dunking on Tesla every 18 seconds. Anyway, so what was I? The other outcome I could see from this is something that effectively, and this is along the same lines, but effectively throws out the obligations for a company to moderate or be or supporting free speech in general. Because I think what ends up coming of that is we're going to see a lot more hostility. We're going to see a lot of companies taking a lot of really cringy freedoms with that kind of thing. Goopy, exactly. The big special popular boy. If you gotta buy it, it's not popularity, bud. Anyway, yeah, so I do think that this could become really a bad thing if companies are allowed to ignore what's happening, even to the possible level of illegal content. Hoopy, Twitter Blue says otherwise you can buy popularity. Hoopy, were you around when I was knocking on the meta discussion earlier? I think you were. I was saying this. So, but yeah, I think there are some really bad things that could come of this. I'm also really curious if Section 230 could, if changes to it could also go to the extreme for users. if the obligations are reduced, could it reach a point where people are going to, where bad actors, specifically bad actors, are going to see that as an opportunity to ramp up their efforts? That is also something that would worry me. Ah, yes, the good old MLM moms. I love that we all know exactly what that means. I mean, everyone right now is just thinking of Amway and makeup resellers. Oh god, and even as I said that, I just started thinking of this girl I know who is 100% one of those. She, by the way, is very much muted on my Facebook. I'm sure we're still friends, but holy crap, had to mute her. Because like every other post from her was trying to set up a class for self-defense stuff, and I believe adult toys came across every once in a while, and then she would typically also pitch like makeup and things like that. She had multiple side hustles going, but her favorite was self-defense stuff. Anyway, so let's see. Since we're kind of already on the subject of YouTube, I mean, we have to kind of talk about Susan Wojcicki. I've heard for years people on YouTube always calling her Wojcicki. As far as I'm aware, it should actually be Wojcicki. But I could be wrong. Do we have to? I don't actually have a lot to say on this. In fact, very little to say on this because, admittedly, I didn't read all this article and I don't know. Oh man, it's almost all her letter anyway. The thing is, I don't know anything about the guy who is taking her place. And I think would be the more interesting story if I knew his positions. But what stands out to me about her is this is someone who has been so controversial within YouTube for many years. Sometimes justifiably, because she has made some very objectively terrible decisions. But she's also made some decisions that I think she got a lot of flack for, and they were definitely the right decisions to make. She's not been a like one size fits all. Like she's not oh man, she's not like Louis DeJoy, a person who has objectively been nothing but bad. She's not a Trump. She's not I don't know. Feel free to insert all the other people who just do nothing but bad decisions. She's definitely not that. She has made a lot of really good, well thought out decisions and a lot of good initiatives within the company. She made YouTube successful. I think that is a actually pretty fair statement. That being said, again, she has also done some really dumb stuff. She has been harmful to YouTube in a number of instances. I would go so far as to say the reason TikTok is successful today is because YouTube stumbled so hard, so many times, in so many ways for about a 5-year span. And a lot of that comes down to, here's why TikTok is making it. A big part of that, frankly, is it's one of the things that bothers me today. I can't get monetized because the monetization requirements are pretty high. I need to get a crap load more subscribers and at least a bit more watch hours before I can even start collecting any money off YouTube, and not just from ads, but anything. There is no means to get monetized on YouTube right now for me, short of finding other companies outside, and that's not realistic either. So, and of course, as always, huge thanks to those who do support the channel, because seriously, it helps like a lot. And to those who don't, links down below to Streamlabs, Cash App, and Patreon. All donations welcome. Much. Thank you. Anyway, oh, and if anyone decides to sign up for public, now's a great time because Google stock is way down, and I wouldn't mind getting $3 more of that, just because. Anyway, so let's see. Yeah, but yeah. Anyway, so I do think that Austin, I made it longer than. Yeah, no, I did not expect to be still going this late, and funny enough, I'm actually not out of topics, though the last couple are super short, so I don't think they're going to last long. But, which is the only reason I'm actually going to hit them. I didn't really care, but I think they'll only take a moment. But yeah, anyway, I do think that this is going to be interesting because we're probably going to see at least a few of YouTube's current positions changing on various things. Whether or not that's good, whether or not it has that much of an impact, we'll see. There's a whole lot of unknowns with what could happen with the guy taking over, who is I know I saw the name earlier, Neil Mohan. And he worked under her. It's not like this is a huge change. I'm sure he was responsible for making a lot of decisions on his own. But at the end of the day, whether or not he's going to share her opinions and possibly try to leave his own mark very quickly, we'll see. One thing I'm hoping he does is find a way to remonetize people who are not at the highest end of YouTube, because that would be really welcome. Let's see. Hoopy said, for better or worse, I think it's hard to argue that YouTube is anything but the best social network and does the best job balancing duty to investors with keeping the platform sane. You know what? It's funny how much I agree with that. YouTube is really the only one that I look at and say, you know, I don't like all the decisions, but oh my god, is it just the best of the options. But it also helps that you don't have the same instant feedback loop with YouTube that you do with other stuff. I mean, the time it takes to make a video, for the most part, outside of doing like live streams, the time it takes to do a video, there's a turnaround that is just not instant, and that I think helps a lot. Plus, for anybody that edits videos, I'll tell you right now, outside of obvious examples, if you pay attention to YouTube drama at all, you've seen some of these. Outside of some obvious examples, a lot of people, I think, do at least have those moments of feeling, I don't want to say shame, because that's definitely not what I think they're feeling. But I think in a lot of instances, people might say things in a moment while they're fired up. But if they record them and then go back and edit together a video, I think in the time it takes to rewatch something, a lot of people realize, hey, maybe this is a step too far for me. And it forces them to kind of rein it in just a little bit. So I think by virtue of that, YouTube is at least a slightly more civilized place than most of the social networks have been. But only barely. But let's see. Hoopy, far from perfect, but can't even imagine what's a second place. I'm going to I can't believe I'm saying this. Okay. Twitter circa 2 years ago, I think, was actually in second place. And that's hard to say. No, maybe Instagram? Instagram might actually be a second place It probably is now, just because so much of Instagram is, outside of some body shaming, I think a lot of Instagram is just kind of, you know, it's so much more about product than it is about people and opinions, that I think it remains at least slightly more civilized. Anyway, YouTube is at the top of the list, as long as you ignore YouTube comments. But yeah, anyway, I'm not sure if it's good that Susan is gone, but we'll see. I have a feeling we're probably not going to hear much, if anything, for, I'm guessing, about a month, and then somewhere after that time, Neil is probably going to come out with a small change, something that's probably not too noticeable, but it's going to be something that's maybe a kick in the pants to some old issue. And after that, it's, who knows? He might just toe the line and keep things running as usual, or he might be the force that changes all kinds of stuff. We'll see. Let's see. Carson hitting with the late stage topic. You can finally open Google Maps on your phone while Android Auto is running. Here's the thing. If this is new, it also isn't new, because it used to work. I know for a fact it used to work, because I've done it. I made a very specific thing of trying this at one point, and so it did work for a while. I believe they added back, like, it didn't, for many years it definitely didn't. And then at a certain point they put in a message that said, basically, you can't have this running at the same time as it's on Android Auto. There was a gap in between where you were allowed to run Google Maps while it was connected to Auto. I know this for a fact, because I literally had to do it. And I didn't have to connect or disconnect my phone in order to make it work. And I was surprised as anyone when it worked. And I thought at the time it was just a change that they had made and didn't announce. Now you can navigate 2 places at once. I mean, that is the dream. But yes, it definitely did work, but not for very long, because they did put in that message and then make it a firm limitation. The thing is, I also haven't tried doing this in forever, so I kind of assumed that maybe they had dropped this requirement somewhere in the past already. But I guess it's newly dropped, and this time presumably for good. Let's see. Notice in the last couple of days. Let's see. Blah, blah, blah. All right, so yay, it happened. I don't actually have a lot to say past that, but cheers. That's good news. PSA moment. Carson pimping a 9 to 5 Mac slight redesign. Oh. Wow. That looks... it's not ugly, but it looks like... it looks like a WordPress default template. It just has that look to it. It's like very, very default template-y. It's better than The Verge, yes. Dear God, yes. The Verge, I still hate The Verge. The way, the redesign. The redesign is so ugly. But this, I mean, it's not ugly. I don't love these icons at the top. These icons at the top look I don't know. They look like OS level icons, or you know, like the icons that are provided by the SDK. They look like SF symbols, and anyone who has ever developed iOS or Mac apps, you know what SF symbols is. Except like bad versions of SF symbols. Also, it's really bugging me that these are not bottom aligned because of this. Oh, they're closer than I thought. Okay, I guess they are kind of bottom aligned. But it doesn't look like it because the message icon up here looks like it's just a little bit too high. And it is technically like a couple pixels too high. But yeah, they should fix that. Yeah, they don't look like they come. Yeah, exactly. They don't look like they come from the same icon pack. Well, especially because the $ and the wrench right next to each other. The $ is single stroke. The wrench is an outline. Like, clearly that doesn't match. And the spyglass off to the far right is even further off. And then you have a filled in icon. Yeah, these definitely are not from the same icon packs. Completely agreed. At a bare minimum, like this, the search eyeglass thing should be an outline, and the $ should be an outline. I mean, they would look better that way because they need to be fuller icons, not skinny like they are. Though I also hate outline icons, so that's, you know, whatever. Maybe the section icon or the section's font size could be a little smaller. I don't know that I want that smaller, because I think if you're focusing on just this part of it, I think the section size and the title size is fine. But you come over to this version of it on the side, and now the section title is giant compared to the titles. And that doesn't work super well. But it's not terrible. Oh, but they also have this, which is much smaller text, kind of still falling in under the same group. Yeah, that might be wrong. Huh, well, interesting, I guess. Let's see. Onto Pixel Fold is heavier than the Galaxy Fold 4. I have almost nothing to say on this, but I'm going to quickly say, this is almost memeably worth mocking just for the point of saying, yeah, the first generation device from a company that has never tried making this type of device before, it's heavier than the competing device that is in its 4th iteration from a company that has the manufacturing chops to do this. And also, Google's device is supposed to have a larger battery, which of course would raise weight. This is like the most obvious statement. It's almost on par with saying water is wet. Oh my god. So, yeah, of course the phone's heavier. I just don't think there's anything notable there. The only notable part is the larger battery. It's also smaller than the Fold 4. Footprint, yes. But isn't it thicker? I could be wrong on that, but I thought it was supposed to be thicker. Just, like, very marginally. Could be wrong. I don't think they mention it in here, though. Yeah, we don't have dimensions, I guess. It is a wide boy. But anyway, so it still, I hold to I'm not surprised it's heavier. To me, the most important thing is, or the actual interesting part of the story is not what they led the title with, but what they ended with, which is bigger battery. I don't know what battery life is like on all of the Galaxy Fold devices, but I have a feeling no one is going to complain about a phone with longer battery life. Much better aspect ratio. For some apps, yeah. I think we'll see. This is one of those where there's a lot of uncertainty. Battery's trash. Yeah, okay. I don't doubt that for a second. I really have not talked to too many people about what their full battery life experiences are like. But yeah, I see no way that making a larger battery fit in there is a bad idea. People generally are fans of that. So if it's a little bit heavier, I don't see anyone caring. But anyway, like I said, there's just so little to say about this. It's not, I don't think it's that really big of a deal outside of, oh, hey, they did the thing everyone always asked for and made it a larger battery. Let's see. So finally, the last suggestion from Austin. Google Calendar and Assistant Reminders are going to be migrated to Google Tasks. So they're taking things that worked and putting them in the app that doesn't work very well, and everyone is constantly surprised hasn't been abandoned yet. That's pretty on brand. Yeah, that is very, very on brand for Google. Also on brand for Google is this fuzzy as hell header up here. What is this? This is, for those who don't know, this is a legitimate Google blog. There's a link to it. This is real. And it is the fuzziest damn thing I've seen since my cat. And I'm not talking about the little short-haired that's cute as hell. I'm talking about the big fat one that is, I think, he's not part Persian. I don't know what the hell he is, but he's a long-haired, and he's a furry bastard. This thing's got more. This thing is, seriously. If I just looked at this and couldn't see the text below it, my first thought is, hey, what happened to my eyesight? My second thought would be, wow, someone really is, like, someone zoomed in on the page way too far. And my third thought down the line is, oh no, it's just someone at Google does not understand how images work. Actually, out of curiosity, open image in new tab. Yep, that's why. It's a tiny freaking image. And this is, and they have it scaling up. And it's not like I did anything screwy. Full refresh of the page, and that's just what it does. So it's just a very tiny image that would probably look, at its correct size, it looks moderately okay. It's still kind of low res. But at its correct size, it looks fine. Zoomed in like this? Terrible. Let's see. They fired the SVG file guy. Honestly, they might have. Should have kept it all reminders. Yeah, actually, that probably would be a good idea, except for the fact that Google Tasks was supposed to be a replacement for the actual Tasks feature from Gmail. So it actually kind of needed that name. But then they've now screwed up everything about reminders. So I don't get this. I have to assume. Okay, now assistant reminders is one thing. To me, this is actually kind of a logical change. It was kind of like how Notes in Assistant used to be its own weird little thing, and eventually they migrated it over to Google Keep. Good idea. That was the right thing to do. Made sense. And people like Keep, so that works. The thing with assistant reminders is it's not a bad idea to move this. It actually kind of makes sense. Put that in an app where it's actually in an app. That way people can go in and mess with their reminders separately. They don't have to use voice commands, and they don't have to know exactly where to find reminders. Because honestly, show of hands, if you create an assistant reminder right now, would you know where to look? Would you know how to go in and tweak those either on your phone or on a web page? I'm going to guess nobody does. And if you do know, fine, you show off bastard. Because I admit, I honestly do not know. I'm not sure if it's possible. I'm assuming it is somewhere, but I genuinely have no idea. So moving it to Google Tasks makes sense. I'm okay with that. The Google Calendar stuff, though, that's where I have a problem with this. It is not clear to me, though I guess I need to look at this. Soon reminders will be upgraded to tasks. Gives you greater flexibility, letting you organize your to-dos into lists and manage them anywhere in Google Workspace or with the Tasks mobile app. Alright, so my question is, well, okay, so I'm assuming that this has no effect on calendar entries that have like reminder notifications on them. Okay, it says here, where's, you'll see a prompt in assistant calendar to move, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I don't think this answers my question. So my question is, if you create an entry in calendar, let's quickly pop. Can I do this without causing a problem? More options. Yeah, there we go. And I'm not doxing anything when I show this. Nope, good. Okay. So, yeah, if I'm going to create a thing, obviously I can have notifications here. And I could create multiple notifications for different timeline. Maybe, you know, something the day before the event kind of stuff. I'm assuming that stuff is staying with calendar, as it ideally should. I guess where my concern is, actually, am I that bothered by this? Because, let's see, does anything appear even? I don't know that I even have anything in the reminder list. Evidently I don't. Wait, do we have? Nope, nothing there. Yeah, I haven't had a reminder in calendar. Yeah, I'm back to 2017 and I haven't seen one yet. Okay, so evidently this is not going to bother me. And you can, am I mistaken in saying that you cannot create appointment schedules with premium. You can create tasks. That part obviously is going to move, but task was already kind of, oh, there's how you can create a reminder. Okay, let's see. Am I doxing myself? Am I doxing myself? No. Okay, I can put all this on here. Okay, let's see. So, you can hit create. There's no option to create a reminder here. But if you hit create task, it pops up this, and from here you can go to the reminder button and create one there. And I'm assuming task is going to move too. I'm not really clear on that. It doesn't say that, but I have to kind of assume that both of these are going to go become part of Google Tasks. I'm okay with this, actually, because I don't think these work very well in Calendar in the first place. So moving them over to Tasks kind of makes sense. The only thing is you need to have, and I don't think that this is that crazy. They're probably, oh, they already, wait, did they already have it? Yep. In the sidebar, they already have a button to go to tasks. So you can hop over there anytime you want. Okay, yeah, I'm good with this. I don't see a problem. If I were to... Wait, what? Oh, this is weird. Okay, so I popped open tasks. It seems to think all of mine are complete. I don't know why. Because there's some I left in there, I'm pretty sure. Actually, I guess I should check. Let's find out. Is this thing at all correct? Carson, you think the naming reminders is better? I will agree with you on that. Though, well, okay. It depends on what it's for. If we're talking about reminders in the sense of actual reminders, then yeah. For the more generic term, I think tasks might be better. It doesn't roll off the tongue as well. It sucks. It's annoying, but it's making me hit get started. I've used this app like 100 times. Not well. I don't like this app, but okay. I don't know what's about to happen if I hit that button, so okay, it just removed stuff. Okay, yeah, none of that stuff. Cool. Okay. Well, I transitioned a couple of things over to tasks. Don't care, but everything is still marked as completed, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, overall, I think I'm actually good with this change. I was thinking this sucked, but yeah, cheers. This is actually probably a pretty good improvement, just in the fact that they fixed assistant reminders. I do agree the name is annoying. I kind of wish they would come up with a better name for it, but yeah, hey, I'm okay with this. So cheers, I guess. That's sort of ending on a good note. Doesn't get to happen often. So anyway, I'm going to assume there are no more new topics. I believe. So I'm going to quickly say game streams this weekend should be finally an all-in-one reminders app. Yes, but it's not all-in-one entirely, because calendar, you can still create reminder notifications in calendar, so you will still have reminders there. RIP location reminders though, yeah. I know. It's so dumb that ever disappeared. But yeah, the calendar can still be a place of reminders, just not official reminders. I'm not sure that makes it better or worse, but yeah, your official reminders are in tasks, and your unofficial reminders are still going to be in calendar. Under various events. Anyway, So, game stream this weekend should be some Last of Us on Saturday night. I don't know for sure if I will do Sunday night at all. I kind of think I probably will skip it, but we'll see. And then Monday will be Last of Us again. Saturday night will be the rest of what I need to get through to get caught up to the show. And Monday night will be the DLC portion, titled, I believe, Left Behind. I think that was the name of it. So that should be the game stream plans. After, like, if I finish either of these before the normal end of the stream, assuming it's not like just a few minutes before, I will probably switch over and play some Fall Guys at the end of the night. I think that is about that plan. Let's see. I don't think there's much else to talk about. Wish me luck with the snow. Likewise, wish Poopy luck with the snow, because my understanding is Portland is getting hit, like, right now. I don't know how hard they're getting hit, but I see occasional friend of the show, Scuttlefield, was posting about that about 3 or 4 hours ago, that snow is starting to fall. Or wait. Oh, no, sorry. Snow's not falling there, but apparently they have the winter storm warning, so it is very likely coming. Oh, wait. No, never mind. 2 hours ago, he posted photos confirming there is snow on the ground in Portland. So, yep, they're getting their dusting at a bare minimum. So good luck to Portlanders. Wish me luck down here south of Portland. Well, south of Portland, sadly. And here's to hoping that the weather does not kick us too hard in the ass. When am I getting a PS5? When YouTube monetizes me, or I get like a crazy awesome donation from a fan. Sadly, I think both of those are a very long way away. And besides, why a PS5 when, just gonna say it, PC Master Race? Let's be honest, that'd be better. But anyway, with that, thanks everyone for coming by and hanging out. Thanks for being part of the conversation, keeping the chat going, because it's been a good, lively chat. Resell the PS4. Yeah, wish me luck on that. Let's see. Yeah, anyway, hopefully it is a good rest of the week for everyone, and I will hopefully see most of you this weekend, and if not, should be back for the Ramble next week. Again, as usual, if you'd like to help support the channel, check out the links down below to Streamlabs, Cash App, and Patreon. They work. I've checked. It's actually a lie. I have not checked in a while, but I'm pretty sure they have not changed. So, with that, thank you all, and good night, everybody.